All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 119. Thank you all for being here with me today and taking time out of your Sunday to come hang out with me and watch the content. I always appreciate it. I appreciate the support that you guys show, not only the channel and the content streamed throughout the week, but also everybody who comes to the podcast. BG UK, you're saying good afternoon from England, UK. Just sitting here having my tea and biscuits, waiting for Mr. MBG to pop up. Well, thank you so much, man. You're drinking tea. I have my coffee here with me, so always appreciate the support. BG UK, I'm looking at you in particular right now because I'm looking at your channel membership badge, and I have somewhat of an announcement. It's not a massive announcement, but I think it could be a pretty significant one if you are a channel member or if you're somebody who is thinking about becoming a channel member. So I'll say it here now at the beginning of the podcast, and I'll probably say it a couple more times throughout the podcast, and I'll probably reiterate it in videos as well, but it's because I want everybody to know about it. So the change that I'm making to memberships, effective starting tomorrow, members will have early access to videos that I create. So to elaborate a little bit on this, if you are a channel member from the lowest tier, or if you're in the mid tier or the highest tier, it applies to all channel members. You're going to have exclusive early access to videos that I create. Now, I cannot make the promise that it will be every video because, as you know, I upload pretty much every single day, and I feel like it would be nearly impossible for me to ensure that every single video is early access. But what I am going to ensure is that on a weekly basis, multiple videos throughout the week, you will have exclusive early access to. Now, the early access, just to be clear about it, and so everybody understands, it's not going to be like 3 days early access because that's not how I create content. You guys know I do daily content, but it will be by likely a few hours. Certainly more than 1 hour, but a few hours of having that exclusive early access window. So what it will ensure is that if you are a member, you're going to be there first. And what I think is pretty important to the community and to my channel members is communication, right? So one of the perks you will have by having early access to videos is because you'll be one of the first people there, you'll be able to leave a comment and leave your thoughts. And the people that you will see there at first leaving comments will also be other channel members, people who care very much about the community. Obviously, I appreciate every viewer I get. I appreciate everybody who stops by. And I know that not everybody can be a channel member, but you know, the thing is, I've really been thinking about wanting to do a little bit more for my channel members, for those who, you know, go above and beyond to show their support on a monthly basis. And I figure that's, you know, I think that's something that is realistic for me to be able to stick with, and also something that I think channel members can appreciate. So yeah, I'm sure that there are quite a few of my channel members that are not here yet that are not aware of this, but as I said, I will continue to I will continue to let everybody know about that. I see somebody saying MBG really going in on exclusives now. That's a true PlayStation fan. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of ironic when you think about it, but you know, channel members are those who are here on a monthly basis, you know, always showing their support. And, you know, for the longest time, my channel members have not really gotten anything except a shout out, which I still think is good. You know, I give them my you know, this bottom scroll at the podcast so you can see their names. You can see the names of my supporters. But I've wanted to do a little bit more. And I'm not making any promises yet, but I do have, at least I'm thinking of more things I can try to do for my members going forward. And Yes, JMR77. I am happy to report that I am using ultra low latency on my podcast today. I had a meltdown last week because it was the second week in a row that I had it under normal latency, which normal latency, is for people who maybe don't have the best internet connection. I do pay extra to have great internet because I do this weekly, and I always like to use the ultra low latency. And when you're not using ultra low latency, it can be rough to interact with the chat because everything's delayed. So, yes, I did make note of that, and I did make sure. Zanarkhan Blitzer, member for 12 months. Play has no limits. Thank you, my friend. You're saying MBG in the house. What's up? Placed. PS. The super chats says 7 months, but it's incorrect. I've been a member for 11 months. Yeah, on my end here, it says you've been a member for 12 months. So it's updated on my end, and I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the support. And so before I dive into some of these topics or let you guys know some of the topics that I'm going to be discussing on today's episode, I want to, just continuing with the theme of talking about memberships, ways you can help support my channel, support my content. If you appreciate what I do here, if you enjoy what I do here, it's just me, running this channel. A couple ways you can help support. Obviously, just being here, watching the content, interacting with the content, leaving comments, leaving a thumbs up on the podcasts, on the videos, that stuff helps. Watching some ads if they happen to appeal to you, that stuff helps me tremendously. But if you want to go above and beyond, you can donate super chats during any live stream I do. And I always say, those of you who donate super chats, as well as those of you who become channel members, you guys are the backbone of this channel. Couldn't do what I do here without you. So there you go. Those are some ways you can help support the content, and you can feel free to share it out so we can continue to grow this awesome community. But with that being said, I'm going to give you a rundown of some of the topics that we're going to discuss today. We do have quite a bit to talk about. I feel like it was I don't know that it was a slow week for gaming. I feel like we're really in the dog days now, so it's at that kind of point, right? But some very interesting things still happened. The end is near, saying Soundgarden. Very nice. Yeah, thanks, man. I'm glad you can appreciate my my Soundgarden shirt. And so let me see here. My topics that I have for you today. The first topic I'm going to discuss is I'm going to talk about what I've been playing. Obviously, that means I'm going to talk more about Final Fantasy VII Remake because I beat it. I beat Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I definitely have some thoughts, so we will discuss that. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I plan to play next. And then after that, getting into the main topics of the episode, we're going to talk about this potential security breach at PlayStation and what it might mean for PlayStation fans, because it seems that we can expect more leaks, and I don't know that people are necessarily happy about this. So we're going to discuss that. We're going to talk about the idea of Sony acquiring Square Enix, because there's been more talk of that happening this past week. The reason being is because, according to the founder of Eidos Montreal, apparently the reason why Square Enix sold their Western division so hastily is because they were talking to Sony, and Sony's very much interested in picking them up, but only if they trim the fat. We're going to talk a little bit about PSVR 2. We're going to talk about KOTOR Remake and what's going on with that situation. And we're going to talk about Sony's remainder of 2022. As you can see in my title, I'm saying that Sony is going big for the remainder of 2022. And I do mean that. And I think that we have some clear signs here that point to some big things happening in the coming weeks and months. Obviously, some stuff we know about, but also some stuff we don't know about. And we're going to talk about some of their earnings report data and what that might mean, because there seems to be a lot of doom and gloom right now. And then we're also going to talk about GTA 6. We have our first report revealing some details, and man, you want to talk about a topic that is causing some controversy. I don't think it was ever going to be any other way. GTA 6 is causing quite the controversy, so we'll definitely talk about that. And then if we have time, we'll talk a little bit about Phil Spencer and his excitement and his respect for PlayStation Studios and God of War. So with that being said, guys, hit the like button. We're going to dive into the first topic, which is I'm talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and this could be the final time I talk about it because I beat it. I finally beat Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm going to give kind of my review on it in a way. So, as you know, I've really been enjoying my time with Final Fantasy VII Remake. The thing that I have to say has surprised me is that I didn't expect it to take this long for me to complete it, and that's not a bad thing. I'm actually surprised that there was this much content and very little of it felt. I mean, there certainly was some content in this game that felt a little bit like filler and padding, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think sometimes games can benefit from having that to kind of break up the pace, and it depends on how it's injected into the game. I see some people asking if I played the Yuffie DLC. So I did start it. I don't know how long the Yuffie DLC is, but I have about an hour and 5 minutes into it so far. So I'm not very far into. I'm assuming I'm not very far into it, but I'm also assuming it's much, much shorter than the main game. So I am playing through it. So there is a good chance that, depending on what I think of Intermission, I will probably update you guys on that as well. But I gotta say, just to give you the gist, I guess, before I dive deeper into it, my thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's an incredible game. It really is. I mean, there are so many things here, as I said, that are done so well. They're done right, and there's very little that is done poorly. And the thing that I really latched onto with this game, there are two things. All right, there are really two things about this game that just kind of sucked me in and ensured that I was going to play it from start to finish and not really feel the need to stop. Number one, the characters and the story itself, but mainly the characters. I feel like, thinking about Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, Aerith, and even, Jesse and Biggs and Wedge, all these characters and the way that they mesh together, it really elevates the game to another level, I think. And so just immediately off the bat, I was interested in Cloud because he's like the stoic, protagonist of the game, and I'm hoping to learn more about him. But I really wasn't expecting to enjoy the interactions with the different characters as much as I did. The other aspect that kept me completely drawn in the whole time had to be the combat, just the main combat of the game. I was just surprised at how fun it actually was. And, I said it previously when I talked about my experience first playing the game, how I was very impressed with how seamless the combat system worked and how unique it was in a way where it was free-flowing combat. And I think that is not something I was anticipating. I wasn't anticipating to play Final Fantasy and to feel like, wow, like this combat's really good. There were, different weapons to choose from for each character, different special abilities, and the way that they implemented the command system. Honestly, it feels like it's kind of perfect. I don't really know how they could improve upon it. I'm sure they will find a way with Rebirth to improve upon it, but it's just done so well. And these are the two aspects of the game that just pulled me in. And let's talk. So I am going to get into spoiler territory. This is a spoiler warning. If you don't want Final Fantasy VII Remake spoiled for you, now is your time to maybe click off of the podcast for maybe a good 15, 20 minutes and come back. Maybe not that long, but just a little chunk of time. So diving into the ending of the game, got a couple of things to say here. So the first and most obvious thing is I'm a little confused. I'm going to be honest. I thought we were going to get more answers, but I feel like I kind of got an answer a little bit to a certain degree, but I also feel like I have like more questions than ever before. The thing that truly perplexed me, as I'm sure many of you are aware, is at the very end, there is a character. I don't know his name. I guess he's a character that's obviously going to play a prominent role in Rebirth. And he seems to know Cloud. And if I had to guess, he's a soldier. Yeah, I guess his name is Zach. He's a soldier, and there's this scene at the very end where Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, and Barrett, they're leaving Midgar, right? But as they're leaving, there's like a parallel universe thing going on. At least that's or a mirror universe, something where Zack is carrying Cloud back into Midgar, and they're like kind of, and what I got from that was because in the final battle, there's a lot of talk about how like we're like Aerith makes it sound like we're changing destiny, our destiny. We're altering things, we're altering the course, and it's going to change us. And I just, after hearing that and seeing what happened, and I could be wrong about this, and we'll see if I'm right or not when the next game comes out. I kind of got this feeling that by engaging in those battles and fighting the epic boss battles, by the way, incredible, and finally fighting Sephiroth was awesome. It was a little bit easier than I was anticipating, though. Gotta say, a little bit easier than I was anticipating. Maybe not. Maybe I'm hyping myself up too much here, because I gotta admit I did use quite a few Phoenix downs. So maybe that means it wasn't as easy as I thought. I just felt like it was because I had a bunch of them to use. But the feeling I got is that by engaging in those battles, they did something, by going through that portal, engaging in those battles, where they created some kind of tear in time or something like that. Something along those lines. And now there's like two divergent paths. I could be completely wrong about that, but that's kind of what I got, because they really didn't explain anything. And I do kind of like that. I thought at first, if I didn't have anything explained, I was going to be annoyed. I thought that scene between Cloud and Sephiroth, where they're like in space at the edge of time or something like that, that to me was like, whoa, that went pretty far. I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know what's going on here. It's really interesting though. Like, it was a satisfying conclusion, I have to say. Mainly because I finally got to see Cloud and Sephiroth and the whole group kind of clash. And even though I still have no idea what's going on with the Sephiroth guy, like, I have no idea. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, if Returnal goes to PC, does this mean DualSense features with it as well? I think the answer to that is yes, Planet Schlorpian. I do think we know that the DualSense is supported on PC as well as the DualSense features. So yeah, I do think when Returnal is inevitably announced for PC, it will also announce that it supports the DualSense. Anthony Perez, you're saying, in the end, you defeat Destiny, and there is an implication the OG story is changing. So neither old fans nor new fans know what will happen next. That is so interesting to me that they're doing that. I actually kind of really like that, because I'm going to be honest, I really have had this feeling with Final Fantasy VII Remake that because I didn't play the original, those who did and those who know the original story, they have like this big edge on me where it's like, they know every beat that's going to happen. And I just think it's really cool that they're taking this direction where now we're pretty much in the same boat now, right? Now that I beat Final Fantasy VII Remake, the implications that they're going to change probably some significant story beats. I feel like we're kind of in the same boat, but I feel like people who played the original absolutely have an edge, no doubt. Like, they have a much better idea of, things that will happen. But yeah, that ending, defeating Destiny. Yeah, I will say, I did see that there was a part in the end when Cloud was having, it almost seemed like premonitions of some kind, or he was seeing the future a little bit. And there was one scene where he was holding Aerith as if she was dead, and I'm like, uh-oh. I don't know if this stuff is gonna, if this is what's gonna happen in the future, or if it's like basically, because I feel like the one line that was said was, you're seeing things that could happen if we don't. If we don't, I read a funny. I don't know why this made me laugh. Second Coming says, gaming is down bad when MBG is playing Final Fantasy. Come on, man. Come on. That's not cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. Gaming is down right now to a degree, but that's not why I'm playing Final Fantasy. I mean, you could say it is something that definitely edged me towards it, though. But yeah, I guess it is funny because who would have thought, me playing Final Fantasy and talking about it week over week on the podcast. I've been enjoying it, though. And that's why it's kind of like sad, like, oh, so the ride's over now. I still have the Yuffie DLC, but yeah, it's the ending was epic. You guys were teasing like some really epic boss battles, some really epic encounters, and I think the thing that did surprise me about the ending a little bit was that it kept going on, not in a bad way. Like, I didn't feel like it drug out. I just was surprised at like every time I thought like, okay, that was the last battle and that was it. And then, it just kind of kept going. I'm like, this is awesome. Like this is it. The ending was done, I think, really well, because a lot of what happened previously was very epic. And I think that they just kind of, a lot of times when it comes to the ending of games, I feel like it can go one way or the other. It's like it peaked in the middle of the game and then the ending just kind of fell flat. And with Final Fantasy VII Remake, I feel like it didn't peak in the beginning, the middle. It had just a steady ramp up the entire time, and the climax came at the very end, and it was satisfying. It was. So I enjoyed that. Tyson Webb 509, you're saying, I always appreciate filler content because you never know how long it's going to be until the next one is going to release. 5+ years. Making games longer is better, in your opinion. There's like a whole group of motorcycles passing by. I don't know if that came through loudly or not, but it basically shook my home. But yeah, Tyson Webb, that's an interesting take, man. I kind of agree. I think it depends, really. Victorious 416, you're saying, did you play on normal? I did play on normal. And I don't know. I'm going to be honest, guys. Like, this game was so long. I spent so much time playing it. I kind of like don't feel the need to replay it on hard mode. I can't say definitively right now if I'm going to or not. I'm not going to say I will. I'm not going to say I will because I don't want to promise anything, but it's kind of up in the air. It also depends on what I plan to play next. But Tyson Webb, dude, I agree with you to an extent. I feel like it really depends on the game itself. I think it also depends on what that filler content is exactly. Because like when I think of a game like The Last of Us, right? Like I feel like the first one compared to the second one, I'm going to be honest, I felt like the second Last of Us did have some filler content, and that filler content came in the form of, at least what it felt like to me, is like segments of gameplay that you could tell were there to just make sure the game has a longer playtime, and I just didn't feel like every section of gameplay, and there wasn't a lot of variety, is what I mean to say, right? Like, I feel like when you're in your like 20th hour on The Last of Us Part 2, when you're playing as Abby, there's like a couple sections during that playtime where I'm like, okay, like I was just trying to rush through enemies because it was just area after area after area. There were a couple sections in the game where they did change things up a little bit with some, like, I guess, kind of boss battles, if you want to look at it that way, in The Last of Us Part 2. But in general, I felt like there was filler content there that was unnecessary and didn't serve the game in the way that maybe they thought it would. To whereas The Last of Us 1, it's a much tighter game, but I think it's better for that. You know what I mean? It's better because of that. Like, I kind of feel like the fact that there isn't any type of filler content in The Last of Us. At least it doesn't feel like there is. I think it really helps serve the story and the flow of the game. But when I do think about Final Fantasy VII Remake, I feel like there's a lot of different variety in the type of bosses. And to me, that was always the interesting part about Final Fantasy VII Remake, is always wondering, like, what's the next boss battle? What's the next boss going to be like? No, don't worry. I'm not slandering The Last of Us Part 2. I just wanted to use that was the first game that popped into my mind where I felt like it was a little, like it did have a little bit of padding, and I don't think it was leveraged, because what Tyson Webb is saying is that he does like padding in games, and he does like games that basically give you a reason to play them longer, to exist in those worlds longer. And, I just think it depends on how it's handled and whether or not it can really serve the game. I mean, everybody's different. There are some people that like a longer game no matter what, And when I think of Final Fantasy VII Remake, the only aspect to the padding that we're talking about here in the filler content that I didn't like, and I'm going to be honest, it wasn't the content itself, it was the navigation. I talked about it, was some of the side quests, not all of them. Like, from my understanding, in Final Fantasy VII Remake, there are basically 3 sections of side quests throughout the game, and they're dispersed relatively evenly. Like, basically, 33% of the way, here are some side quests. 66% of the way, here are more side quests, so on and so forth. And the last set of side quests they give you, everything kind of opens up, and they give you quite a few side quests to do, and they are optional, so I can't fault the game that much. But I wanted to experience them. I just did not like the way you had to navigate Midgar. I'm going to be honest. Like, to me, that was, I think, the lowest point of the game for me, where I started to get frustrated because I was looking at the map, and I'm looking at the exclamation points, and I'm trying to, like, figure out where to go, and I kept getting confused because it was maze-like. And that frustrated me a little bit. I did get through it, but that was the only time in the game where I was kind of like, okay, I really want to get past this, because I'm, and I think another reason for this is because the game was so linear, and it is so linear. And that was like the only part of the game where I felt like things kind of opened up, like, more than I expected. And because of the way everything kind of intersects with everything else in Midgar, it really just, maybe it was just me, like, I'm sure there are people who played it that had no problem navigating it, but for me, I had trouble with it, and that was the lowest part for me. But but the thing is, like, I still enjoyed it. Like, I still enjoyed the side quests. I still enjoyed the side characters and going on these, like, small adventures, figuring out more about the town and the people in it. So it wasn't all bad, but that was the lowest point for me. The highest point of the entire game, and this was what was consistent throughout the game, is, again, the characters, the banter between them. Oh, and you know what? So first off, I want to say real quick, Wedge is still alive. Okay, so, and that was interesting to me, because they gave Jesse a send-off, and they gave what I thought was Biggs a send-off, and then Wedge, they just showed getting crushed in a cutscene, and I thought, wow, that was kind of messed up. But then we found out Wedge was alive, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. They didn't give him a proper send-off. But now, at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake, it showed Biggs was apparently still alive. And that really surprised me. And I'm wondering, like, does that mean Jesse's still alive? Because Biggs and Jesse almost died in the same way, So it just kind of got me thinking, maybe is this, it got me thinking, is this one of those situations where no one ever actually dies? You know what I mean? I doubt it. Again, it is just like the first part of the entire game. And if I'm not mistaken, people told me that in the original Final Fantasy VII, Wedge, Biggs, Jesse, they're only there for literally like 5 minutes, and then they die and they never come back, if I'm understanding correctly. So I don't know. I just, also, I want to say this too. Another reason I was thinking about Jesse is because like I felt like a section of the game that was never really like it felt like it was important and it was leading to something, and they just kind of walked away from it. It had to do with her family and her father working for Shinra. I don't know. I thought maybe there was something more there, but maybe there wasn't. Like maybe that was just the game's way of trying to basically say like, yeah, Shinra sucks and they treat their people terribly, you know? So I could see that too. Steady Flow, you're saying it has to be connected to use the DualSense features on PC. So still the best way to play PlayStation games is on PS5. Just saying. And yeah, that's true. I didn't really consider that. Yeah, you know, maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. Because I have seen some people expressing their frustration with the way Sony is embracing PC. But I do think that is true. You do need to have the DualSense connected through a wire to the PC, so you won't get that wireless experience. So good point out, Steady Flow. Kendallfire22, you're saying, FYI, played through God of War 2005 on PS Plus Premium via streaming in 9 hours of playtime. Had streaming issues for maybe 10 minutes total. You should try it. I'm actually really glad you told me this, Kendallfire, because that's actually literally what I was about to talk to you about next, which is now that I'm finished Final Fantasy VII Remake, what am I going to move on to next? And that's exactly what I was planning on doing. Road to Ragnarok. You guys absolutely, I don't want to say crushed me, because you didn't crush me, but just very disappointed to hear that I didn't experience the first 3 God of War games before God of War 2018, knowing our excitement levels for God of War Ragnarok. Don't worry, I'm not skipping the Yuffie DLC. I'm probably going to play both back to back. Like, I'm probably going to play the Yuffie DLC while I'm also playing God of War. But yeah, I was going to upgrade to PlayStation Plus Premium and give it a try. And I'm glad to hear that you're saying you only had in total of 9 hours of playtime, like 10 minutes of issues with streaming. And I'm connected through a wire. I'm wired in to my internet. I don't use Wi-Fi on my PS5, so that should help a lot too. So yeah, you know, just to wrap up what I'm saying about Final Fantasy VII Remake here. All in all, guys, incredible game. Like it was an experience where now I can look back at the hype and the excitement that people had. And when the game released, I felt like a total outsider. Like I just didn't really even pay much attention because I didn't get it. I just didn't get it, you know? And I played the game. I played it thoroughly too. Like I didn't rush through it. I really took my time. 43 hours of total playtime. I'm now on the Yuffie DLC, and we'll see what that adds to it. If there are any surprises there. But for FF7 Remake, what an incredible game, man. Like I'm actually so in. I feel really invested. I do, and I just want to point that out as well, because to me that's a sign of a great game with a great story where I feel invested. I don't feel like they left me on too much of a cliffhanger. Like there definitely was a cliffhanger. It was intentional, but I think it walked that balance. It found that perfect balance where they're not giving you that much. They're giving you just enough to maybe infer some things, to come up with your own theories, but they're leaving so much there where it's like, you're going to have to play the second one. And I'm very excited, man. And honestly, like, here's something else too, is Final Fantasy VII Remake was so good in so many ways. The presentation, the cinematics, the writing, pretty much most of the writing was good. It was a little bit cheesy in some parts, but again, I felt like that was intentional, and it kind of has to be. Like, I feel like it has a certain charm where it's like, it takes itself very seriously, but there's also just this kind of comical aspect to some parts of the game. But everything, man, the voice actor, also shout out to the voice actors. The voice actors did an incredible job as well. The graphics looked amazing for a game that was native PS4 and ported to PS5. it looks really, really good, right? And it takes advantage playing at smooth 60 FPS. Dude, I cannot wait to see genuinely like what they do with the sequel. This is why I get so excited for future PS5 games, because it's going to be a generational gap between Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I cannot wait to see what they do. You know, I made a video, I think like 2 weeks ago, where the director of the game came out and talked about why they're making it PS5 only. They want to leverage the SSD in the PS5. They want to take advantage of it. And they said they kind of have to. They have to leave the PS4 behind because some of the areas are going to be so big now and so vast. And I'm excited, man. Like, that's the stuff I love to hear. And I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm right there with you guys. And so I don't know if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out in 2023, but man, if it does, it's going to be a good year for Final Fantasy fans, right? And I'm excited for Final Fantasy 16. See, that's the thing, is like, I'm definitely way more excited for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth than I am 16, but because I enjoyed 7 Remake so much, I am now way more excited for 16 than I ever would have been. And that's what's crazy. Is like, dude, when I tell you, like, I had zero interest in Final Fantasy 16, and this completely changed my tune. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. I feel like it's an awakening of some kind. Let me see here. Gabriel Ortiz Jr., you're saying, still have my launch Final Fantasy VII PS1 that was 3 CDs. It is fitting it will be a trilogy. Hope they make a 3-disc collector set to pay homage to the original. That would be very cool. Yeah, I didn't really know that, you know? I always had some type of inclination that Final Fantasy VII Remake was like a multi-disc game, but that's cool that it's 3 CDs and they're doing 3 separate games, and they should do that, right? That would be great. That would be great. I mean, look, at the rate things are going with Sony and with Square Enix, it wouldn't surprise me if by the time Rebirth comes out, or maybe the third game, if Sony basically owns Square Enix at that point, and these games are going to forever be exclusive to PlayStation. Let me see here. So thank you for that, Gabriel. Planet Schlurpian again, you're saying Wedge is so much like Badger from Breaking Bad, and it's why I'm glad he survived. Also really glad you enjoyed the game, MBG. I figured you would. Yeah, dude, that's the thing, is I think as we established, the voice actor for Wedge is the same actor, I don't know his name, who played Badger from Breaking Bad. And I agree. You know, Badger was a side character, right? I mean, what are we going to... We're going to start comparing the story of Final Fantasy VII Remake to Breaking Bad now. I'm sure we can draw some parallels to a certain extent. But that is one parallel that I can see, where Badger was a pretty solid side character in Breaking Bad. And it's funny because, like, Wedge is kind of that same character to a degree. Just like in a different universe. Very interesting. Very interesting. So thank you for that, Planet Schlorpian. Zanarkan Blitzer with a dual super chat here. Thank you, my friend. You're saying, part one of the theories is there are multiple timelines in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Notice that when you entered the portal, Cloud was overlooking Midgar. That was OG Midgar from OG Final Fantasy VII. And you're continuing by saying, part two, there are comparisons with Remake and OG Midgar. Another scene at the end when the chip bag of Stamp showed on screen. Yeah, that was... I didn't think about that. I remember seeing that, and it seemed like they wanted you to pay attention to that. Notice Stamp is a terrier dog, while in the game Stamp is a beagle dog. I think you meant to say beagle dog. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm finding interesting right now, and I'm learning about it while talking to you guys. Is 7 seconds until the end. Yeah, dude, that's the thing, is the thing that makes me laugh about Sephiroth. The thing that makes me laugh about Sephiroth is that, like, he's always just smiling, and like he's just walking around like it's, I don't know, like, it's not like it's a joke, but I feel like our characters are taking everything so seriously, and we as the player were taking everything so seriously, and he's just like, huh. Like you guys have no idea, you know? And I feel like that's just funny because it's like, yeah, I don't have any idea. I have no idea who you are, what's going on. Now I'm at the end of the game and I'm as the player playing as Cloud, I'm talking to you on a space rock in space, and you're telling me 7 seconds. And what I find just so fascinating is that I'm learning now that we are apparently in the same boat. So let me ask you this question, because this is what I'm getting from you guys. Are you telling me that in the original Final Fantasy VII Remake there aren't like different timelines? That this separation that we're seeing, where there's two versions of Cloud or something like that, whatever they might be alluding to. I mean, they did show that. That wasn't in the original, and this is their way of basically saying like we are changing everything up. Excuse me. Because that's very interesting to me. William, you're saying there aren't two timelines in the original. That's okay. Final Fantasy VII is a soft reboot in disguise. Yeah, that's an interesting way to phrase it, because that seems to be what's going on here, and I love it. I feel like you guys love it too, based off of what I'm hearing, but I love this because as somebody who has not experienced the original, this is cool. You know, like I like the idea that we are in the same boat here, that, you know, those who have played the original game, they don't know what's going to happen now. You know, they don't know what changes could be made. It was like, dude, when I found out, one of the highlights, I got to talk about this too before I move on, of Final Fantasy VII Remake, playing that boss battle against the Hell House, I think it was called. I laughed so hard because I learned that apparently that was just like a random side battle in the main game that didn't really mean anything. And I think it was like relatively easy as well. And that's just so funny to me that they're like, you know what? We're going to make it a main boss battle in this game, and we're going to make it a pretty damn hard one at that. Like, dude, that was, I'm not saying it was the hardest boss battle of the game, but it was like the first boss battle where I was like, this is tough. This is tough, you know? So I love that. Like, I love that they're making those types of changes, because I guess it really goes to show, like, you just don't know what to expect. And as an Arcane Blitzer, again, with a $20 donation, thank you, man. I really appreciate the support. You're saying, wouldn't be the first time I spit in Destiny's eye, whether you can see the seams or you can't. Doesn't change that she's always trying to have it her way. Daddy's coming home real soon, honey. Barrett from Chapter 18, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, dude. That, like, I don't know if Barrett is my favorite character, but it sure feels like he is. I think Barrett is such a great character because when I think, like, Cloud is a great character, but he's very stoic, you know, and he still has that kind of mystery, and he's, you know, you're slowly learning more about him. I'm going to be honest, Cloud seems like not all there. Like, not when I say, like, there's something going on in his brain, man, that's like clearly something's wrong here. So I like that aspect of him. Like, there's clearly layers there. I like Aerith. I like Tifa. I think that they both complement each other very well. But I really feel like Barrett is the one that really injects like a certain level of personality. And I actually really like Red as well. I thought that Cloud and Barrett had the best dynamic, but I actually think that Barrett and Red may have the best dynamic. So it's really cool. And that was also a little bit surprising to me. I wasn't expecting Red 13, I think is his full name. I wasn't expecting him to be a thing. Like, he just kind of came out of nowhere. And so it's pretty clear that there are going to be more characters that kind of appear, obviously, but they're going to be more important than I anticipated. And yeah, Shinra, clearly some weird stuff going on there. The battle with because I'm remembering the stuff as I'm talking about it. The battle on the rooftop of Shinra was pretty cool too. I assume that the Shinra's president, his son, is going to probably be a be a pretty important role or villain in the in the next game. The Rufus fight was cool. Yeah, that was. Yeah, that's his name, Rufus. I'm like Rufus. Who's Rufus? I'm like, oh wait, yeah, that's the new Shinra president. I'm trying to keep track of all these names, but yeah, that he. I'm gonna be honest. At first, I thought he was like Sephiroth because I was like, this dude's wearing his coat and is just his look and the way he's carrying himself. It reminds me of Sephiroth, but then I realized like, okay, that I don't think that would make sense. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Sephiroth is the weird aspect to me here because almost everything else that's going on, I kind of feel like I understand, but with Sephiroth, and also now that I'm playing the Yuffie DLC, they keep showing these what happens to soldiers, and I'm like, is this Cloud's future or something? Where when because the Mako or the Mako, is it Mako or Mako? Mako is what I want to call it. You get like Mako poisoning from, like no longer being needed by Shinra, and they're just wearing like these black robes and they seem like they're zombies. And I'm like, well, isn't Cloud a soldier? Like, is that his future? But I don't know. A lot of questions. A lot of questions. But yeah, guys, in general, I really loved Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm really glad I listened to you guys and played it. And Anthony Perez, thank you for the 5, my friend. You're saying in the original there are no timelines, there are no time ghosts. Oh, really? That's fascinating. Sephiroth doesn't even really appear in Midgar. It seems this Sephiroth knows a lot. Okay, yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting from Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Is that like, because I don't know what the original Sephiroth was like, but he does kind of carry himself like he's from the future, practically. Like he knows what's going to happen, and that's interesting because it made me by the time we got to the boss battle with Sephiroth, like I just kind of felt like, is this even real, right? Like, it doesn't even matter because he's just carrying himself so nonchalantly. Like, what's going on? Because what I'm getting here is I don't know, man. It's interesting. I also want to say to you on a deeper level, I really enjoy the themes that Final Fantasy VII Remake kind of touches upon. The theme of do you believe in fate and destiny, or do you have control? Do you have power to change things? I appreciate it. And there's obviously a lot of commentary on big business corporations ruining the world, ruining the planet. I like it. It's good stuff. Yeah, I gotta say, I am surprised though. I think Barrett might be my favorite character of the game so far, which is cool. Which is surprising to me only because like when I first saw his character, I thought he was just gonna be like play a small role and just kind of be there for a little bit. And when I saw how they kind of put the other Avalanche characters to the side, I thought Barrett was going to go there as well, but he's like right there with Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa. So, Andrew, you're saying you need to play the OG Final Fantasy VII and watch Final Fantasy Advent Children. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that to me. See, that I don't know. I don't know if I can go play the original. That would be next level for me because I'm going to be honest. I don't usually go back and play older games like that. But a lot of people have suggested to me that I do. That's, again, another one of those situations where I don't know that I'm going to make any promises. But then again, I also never expected to be playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I also kind of thought, like, that's one of the things that made me want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake is knowing, like, I had the feeling if I play this game, then I'm not going to have to worry about ever playing the original. But clearly that's not true. Clearly, clearly they're making some big changes because I was like afraid if I were to look into the story of the original Final Fantasy VII game that it would ruin what I'm playing right now. But based off of what you guys are telling me, that's just not the case. It's kind of, You know, it's so weird because I thought when I beat the game I had a good understanding, and then now you guys are telling me, oh no, that none of the like all this stuff wasn't in the original game, and I'm like, what? Really? That's very surprising to me. Perfect Image, you're saying, I know this is off topic, but does the PS5 support hard drive hubs? Because I have three drives of 2 terabytes and tired of swapping drives to play a game. The PS5 does support external hard drives, but the problem is you have to transfer the games over. So you can't just like boot up games from an external hard drive. Unfortunately, you do have to import them and bring them over to the PS5. That's what Sony offered before they allowed SSD expansion. So, if I'm not mistaken, if you get an external SSD, not an external, but you buy an SSD for the PS5 and you install it, I think you can transfer those games onto the SSD, so then you can just kind of store them there. But that would require buying an SSD, of course. I'm going to be honest, when it comes to space in the PS5, I haven't had an issue. I have, and I'm not kidding. Maybe it just is because I don't play a lot of games at one time. Hold on. You guys are saying that's not true. So you can boot up games? Am I remembering incorrectly? You think I would know this? So for older PS4 games, you can play them directly from your external drive. The PS5 games that are... Oh, okay. All right. So hold on. So am I confusing... You're able to store PS5 games to an external drive, but you can't boot the PS5 games. PS4 games you can. That actually makes... Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So my fault. See, I'm out of the loop here because I don't do this stuff on my PS5. Okay, so you can transfer and play PS4 games from your your hard disk drive, and you can boot them cold right from there if it's hooked up to your PS5. It's PS5 games that you can. All right, there we go. It's been a while. But yeah, that's the thing, guys. Is like for me personally, I've yet to have any issues. I've gotten pretty close to filling up all my space on the internal SSD with the PS5, but I've never reached a point where I was like I was out of space to where I had to make some kind of sacrifice where like, oh, I got to delete this to make room. But then again, I am grateful enough, or lucky enough, I mean, and I am grateful that I have really, really good internet. So like when I can download gigabytes in like in seconds, minutes, really, for larger titles. They download and they install in minutes. So that's probably another reason why I don't really care too much, but when it comes to disc games, it can be a little bit more because it takes a little bit longer. And actually, you know what, guys? I totally forgot to mention this this is something I want to talk about with you guys today. I think it's a really interesting topic. It's when we go over later on in the podcast about Sony's earnings report and how apparently digital is dominating, absolutely dominating. And it really got me wondering, like, are we going to get to a point where Sony and Microsoft, they're not going to make discs anymore? Don't say anything in the chat yet. Don't reply yet. We're going to save that conversation for later. But you just got me thinking, reminding me that that's something we're going to discuss. So sorry for giving you bad info there, Perfect Image. It's been a while since I've dabbled in any of the, HDDs, SDDs. I've just been using the PS5's internal SSD, and I'm going to be honest, my community knows they're on top of this stuff, right? So anytime you have a question, man, like that, feel free to ask the community. They're here to help. They help me still with stuff. This is stuff that I've literally covered and I've forgotten about. And they're like, bro, nah, man, like you got it wrong. And I'm like, Oh, it's funny because sometimes I'll be playing online with like some of my friends, and they'll ask me something that like I should know the answer to, and I'm like, I don't remember, dude. Like I don't know, and they're like, bro, like you should know this. I'm like, I'm sorry to disappoint, man. I'm sorry to disappoint. All right. Continuing on, Josh Z, you're saying, out of curiosity, whose resolution scene did you get at the beginning of chapter 14? Barrett, Aerith, or Tifa? Is that, Josh, is that the scene where you're at Aerith's house? Because I remember there were people telling me that, because for me, if I'm thinking of the correct chapter, I got Aerith. Okay, yeah, you're saying he's talking about the night. Okay. Yeah, I got Aerith's. I didn't get Tifa's. I didn't get Barrett's. Yeah, and I actually forgot about that, Anthony. You're saying I should watch all 3 scenes on YouTube. I'm definitely going to. Because I totally forgot about that. But yeah, I did get... I see somebody saying Tifa's was the best. Yeah, I'm going to have to watch those. I got to check. Because I didn't, like, again, when I played that part, I didn't know there was a choice. Like, I didn't know there were different options, I mean, that you could get. Different cutscenes. Yeah, it's interesting. You know what's weird is I see a lot of people talk about Tifa. And Tifa's really cool. But I don't know. Like, I was expecting more from Tifa, honestly. And the only reason I say that is because I feel like the game... The game itself, and again, this could be the illusion of or not necessarily an illusion, but because I wasn't aware you could have different outcomes based on choices you make. But the game almost seems to imply that Cloud likes Aerith and Aerith likes Cloud. And I feel like they did that in the beginning of the game with Tifa. And I actually thought that Tifa was going to be Cloud's like love interest. But as I went further in the game, it seems like she just kind of started to take a back seat, you know, and kind of fade into the background a little bit in that particular area. And actually, it seemed like the game was projecting a stronger relationship between Aerith and Tifa as like good friends, which is cool. I like that angle, but yeah, but I don't know. I think I like saying the Tifa mods are great on PC. Yeah, I can imagine some of the stuff they're doing on PC, but I like Aerith's character. I like Tifa a lot, but I like Aerith as well. She's pretty wholesome, you know? But Tifa's moveset is really fun. I like playing as Tifa a lot. She's really, really powerful. Like, more powerful than I thought. I like her specials. So yeah, Josh, I got Aerith's scene. Hanzo says he can't say Tifa as Mrs. MBG is watching, LOL. No, I don't. That's not why I'm not saying Tifa. I think Tifa's cool. You know, I don't have anything against Tifa. Zanarkand Blitzer, again, you're saying something you might not know in the OG Final Fantasy VII. Rufus Shinra is 25 years old and has blonde hair, while in Final Fantasy VII Remake, he's 30 years old and has silver hair. Multiple timelines, MBG. See, yeah, dude, I would have never known that. I would have never known that, Zanarkand. Yeah, it really does seem like that is what they're clearly hinting at here. All right, I see people asking me to stop spoiling stuff. All right, I will be. Yeah, I did warn that there would be spoilers, but I also gave like a time limit cap of like 15 to 20 minutes, and I didn't think I would go that long, but I'm pretty sure I went over that. So I do feel bad because some people probably came back. Hopefully, we didn't spoil anything major. Because the thing is, I don't want to say that it's necessarily a major spoiler. I'm going to be honest with you guys. You guys could have told me the ending of this game, and I still would have been like, I don't have any answers. You know, like that doesn't answer anything. It hints towards new things happening, but All right. And William, so I'm going to read these two super chats. If they have spoilers, apologies. William, you're saying you don't need to play the OG. Please don't watch Advent Children. It's trash, and Remake retconned it. Your questions about Sephiroth will be answered in the beginning of Rebirth with a flashback. You see that in the Rebirth trailer. Yeah. So you know what, William? Actually, that's something that I was a little confused about. Like when I first watched it, the Rebirth trailer, I didn't really know what I was looking at. I mean, I just started playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, but now that I've completed it, it was really bizarre not bizarre, but interesting to see just kind of Cloud and Sephiroth walking together and just being seemingly pretty chill. So you're saying you spoiled a good bit, bro, but you did give us a spoiler warning. And Hickzock, you're saying I only finished Remake and plan to not play old Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I know that there are people who want me to play it, but realistically I'm probably not going to. At this point, I'm probably just going to enjoy Remake for what it was, enjoy the Yuffie DLC, and then just look forward to Rebirth. So to close out this topic, guys, so we can move on to the next major topic of the podcast, I just want to give you a quick rundown, won't take long, to just let you know my plans for what I'm hoping to play next. So next up, as I said earlier, Road to Ragnarok. All right. A lot of you guys telling me, look, man, you really should do yourself a favor, play God of War 1 through 3 at the very least, leading up to Ragnarok. And the idea of me streaming it, right now, that is unknown. I'm not going to say that I plan to stream it. If I do end up streaming it, I will let you guys know. I will put out like a community post or something like that, or I'll let you know in a video that I'm going to stream the games. At the very least, though, I am going to play it. I'm going to upgrade. I am going to upgrade to PlayStation Plus Premium, so I'm going to try that out for the first time. And I could talk about that in a future podcast, let you know my thoughts on it. But I'm specifically doing it right now to play God of War 1 through 3. And I'm going to talk about that throughout August, leading into September. Now, when September rolls around, I am going to play The Last of Us Part 1, and I'm planning on streaming that. I think that would be an interest. I don't know. I think it would be fun, but I think it would be an interesting game to stream for sure. JS Shako, you're saying mod me, brother. Well, I did say that if I kept seeing you here consistently, I think I said 5 or 6 times, 5 or 6 weeks in a row. I think this is week 2 or 3. I think it's week 3. So keep it up, man. Keep it up, and hopefully you'll earn that mod spot. I'm paying attention. So, and Zanarkhan Blitzer, you're saying the unknown journey continues towards the Final Fantasy series for MBG. Yeah, it'll be. You know what'll be fun is around this time next year, right? It'll be fun if Final Fantasy 16 is out by July or August, talking about that, right? That'll be a fun time. You know what? I doubt it would happen, but I do wonder, what if I go to play Final Fantasy 16 and I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I feel like that's not going to happen, but we'll see. Well, I'll get to see how different Final Fantasy 16 is compared to 7 Remake. So yeah, next in line, I'm going to do God of War, Road to Ragnarok. My plan, and I'll obviously update you guys if the plan changes. My plan is to play God of War 1 through 3, and I would have to, I don't know how long these games are, but my plan is I want to complete God of War 1 through 3 in August. So that way, as soon as September rolls around, boom, right there, The Last of Us Part 1 launches. I'm going to buy that for the channel so we can stream it. And I would like to be able to stream it the day it launches. And I want to be able to play that and review it through September. And then leading into October, we will pick up the Road to Ragnarok series. And we will play God of War 2018 again together. And in November, we will finally play Ragnarok. And I did see somebody ask, what difficulty will I play The Last of Us on? I don't know. It's been a while since I played it. So I want to say if I'm going to stream it, I'm probably just going to play on normal difficulty. But if I beat the game really quickly in a stream or something, because I know The Last of Us isn't a very long game. But if I beat it on normal streaming, give like my basic review on it, maybe I will try to see if I can do I don't know if I could do a permadeath run. I don't know if I would stream that. Maybe I could, but Grounded, I'm assuming that'll still be there, right? So, Kendallfire22, you're saying God of War 1 has some of the most annoying platforming sections I've played in years. Prepare your mental sanity for the red level. Oh, God. All right, I'll try to keep that in mind. I can't stand that in games, dude. Do you know what I played? Do you know what you just said reminded me of? When I played Demon Souls Remake, what's that one boss? I forget the name of it, but there's this one boss battle that is the most annoying thing I think I played in a long time. I forget the name of the boss, but it's like this big dragon, and you don't actually like fight it. You kind of have to just navigate through it. Yeah, oh my God. That was so Dragon God. See, that's an area where I know people are like, don't change it. Don't ever change it. And I'm like, that should have been changed. Like, that was not good. You could tell that was like a 2009, this is our first time designing this type of boss battle, and we didn't do a very good job of it. They should have tried to change some aspects of that. But we'll see. I know that the God of War games are remasters, so I know that there aren't really any changes other than just, the game looking. And Kendallfire, how did the game look, man? Because you talk about streaming, doing cloud streaming and knowing that it's a PS3 remaster. How did the game look? Okay, guys, but that does it for the first topic of the podcast. That's what I'm playing. That's what I plan to play. That was a much longer section of what I'm playing than what I would normally do because, I finally completed Final Fantasy VII. So, the next topic in line. All right, I want to talk about the security breach. I feel like this is kind of important to talk about because I don't know what's going to happen. If I'm not mistaken, yes, hello, Leia. This is the... Okay, so my cats have entered the stream now. They're right next to me. They're getting ready to battle. I'm letting you know. They're getting ready to battle, but they're not on the bed. I've been waiting. I know you guys have been waiting too. So you might hear them battling next to me, but I might have to shoo them away because there's a lot of wires here and... All right, anyway, I swear, man, every stream, Stray is here. Yeah, I am gonna play Stray as well. I didn't play it yet because I want to get a physical copy of it. I don't know, man. Even being subscribed to PS Plus Premium, I might hold out. As crazy as that sounds, because I want a physical copy. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. We have over 600 people here hanging out and listening to me talk. I appreciate it. Hit that like button. So I want to talk about this potential security breach at PlayStation because of what it might mean for us going forward. I am a PlayStation channel. I cover the news, but I also cover rumors and leaks. And this particular breach seems egregious. This doesn't seem like it's like, somebody who may have heard that, oh, I got word that God of War Ragnarok is going to be like 50 hours long or something like that. Or you're going to be able to, I don't know, just do something in the game. It's not like a small little thing. If I'm not mistaken, I think the person who said this was Special Nick, and he's important to pay attention to when hearing about this because he was the one who leaked out a bunch of stuff for The Last of Us Part 1. So there was somebody giving him stuff to leak out. And this was real. I mean, you're talking about video clips, screenshots, the whole thing. So it's pretty clear that we can trust Special Nick when he says that he was given more stuff. I believe he said that he was given stuff regarding God of War. And this is where we have to be very careful and why I want to talk about this. Yeah, apparently like a laptop was stolen or something, which is not good. Kendall Fire, you're saying the game looks fine. Turn on full screen mode and menu. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know, man. You're saying MBG isn't special Nick, the guy with the streak of wrong leaks. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, there's a difference between, somebody who's claiming to have inside information and putting a tweet out and saying something like, what the? All right, hold on. My cat just knocked over my water bottle. What are you doing? Come on, guys. My cat actually just scared the crap out of herself because she knocked over the water bottle and jumped. It was pretty funny. But yeah, there's a difference between an insider saying, oh, I heard this thing from my source and maybe it's true, maybe it's not. There's a difference between that and somebody just straight up like, here's screenshots, here's gameplay. That's like legitimate leaks. Those are the kinds that are very, there's, I want to say they're actually probably the most harmful. And that's kind of why I wanted to talk about this, because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if this next week that's coming up or leading up to the launch of Ragnarok, there's likely going to be things that come out, and I'm going to be very careful about covering it. And I that's why I wanted to talk about this, because I feel like we like some leaks, but a lot of stuff like this, like what I'm hearing is that we can expect some egregious leaks, like data, video, just stuff, story stuff, all the stuff that we don't want leaked. And I'm hoping that it doesn't happen, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. And you do have to wonder how deep this goes, right? Like, I don't mind if we hear about a game that's in development, right? Like, I'll put it to you this way. Like, if we got a leak where it's like, oh, that second game that Guerrilla Games has been working on for 4 years, it's SOCOM. Like, I wouldn't mind that leak, right? Mainly because it's like, it doesn't really give much away. I mean, yeah, it's a big deal to learn that, but it's like what we heard about Twisted Metal, right? Like, these are games that are not necessarily a ways out, but they're going to be probably announced in the next year or so. Like, I don't care about hearing a new Twisted Metal's in development. Oh, okay. It's being made at Firesprite. Oh, okay. It's going to be free to play. All right. Par for the course. It's going to be a service game. Okay. And that's it. Like that to me, that's not like, oh man, that's totally egregious. And I didn't I didn't want to hear about that. I mean, it does in a way ruin the surprise, but at the same time, it's like, maybe you could even infer this was a thing through job listings. That's different than like, here's a 5-minute like video clip that leaked of God of War Ragnarok showing like one of the most important story scenes. And you know what I mean? Like, a leak like that is so detrimental because it reminds me of like what's going on with Marvel, where I'll just be scrolling through YouTube and literally somebody will have a massive spoiler that is just in the thumbnail. It's not even in the text, it's in the thumbnail. And once your eyes see it, you can't unsee it. And I hate those types of leaks, and I won't cover those types of leaks. And the only reason I did it for The Last of Us Part 2 was because I needed to know if it was true or not. And to be honest, I'm not saying that I regret doing that. Maybe to a degree I do, but I felt like it was such a calamity at that time that it felt like it was impossible for me to ignore. And I tried, like I did try for a little while to like not spoil it, but then I started hearing things and seeing things that I was like, no way, I was just like, there's no way this is a troll. And I learned that like, no, it's not. this is what's happening. And I couldn't, it felt like a unique situation. I feel like with God of War, I'm not doing it. I'm not. Like, I don't care. Like, if the whole game leaks, if the story leaks, if the craziest, most ridiculous thing happens, like Kratos dies in the first 10 minutes of the game and Atreus takes over and your new companion is, I don't know, Thor or something, just something weird and bizarre and stupid. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't care. I'll play the game when it's out. And I feel like this is where I am going to take a different approach. I am going to take a different approach from what I did with The Last of Us Part 2. And I feel like we're getting some warning ahead of time too, which is nice, right? Like I will say that, Special Nick, he's basically saying like this person who gave him these leaks for The Last of Us Part 1, they're offering him. See, what's interesting is he claimed that they were offering him a bunch of stuff, not just God of War stuff, like a bunch of stuff. Somebody says, what? Kratos dies and you play as Atreus? No. Nobody knows that. If I had to guess, like, I don't know anything about the story of God of War Ragnarok. If I had to guess, I'm going to say that it wouldn't be shocking to me if there are parts where you play as Atreus this time. But I don't think Kratos, I want to say I don't think Kratos dies. And so the most I'll probably do, like, unless there's some kind of like insane, I don't know. Like, I guess I'm asking myself, could it get any crazier than The Last of Us Part 2? Could it? I don't think it could. Like, I think that's like the most insane it would get, Like, the only time I would cover leaks at this point, I'm gonna let my cat out in a minute. The only time I would cover leaks at this point for God of War is if it's like Abby makes her way through a portal and beats Kratos to death with a golf club. Then I'd have to cover it. I'd have to cover that. Or yeah, Kratos is revealed to be a woman. That would probably be something we have to talk about because it would be quite the shocker. But I'm not anticipating anything like that. I see somebody asking if I remembered to make sure the chat wasn't delayed this time. Don't worry. It's not delayed. So yeah, like, I'm anticipating that we're going to start getting reports of some stuff. And what I can promise my audience is that if you see me put out a video where it says God of War Ragnarok leaks, it's not going to be me telling you what the leak is, unless it's something like ridiculous, like Kratos has, is angry in God of War Ragnarok. It's like that's not a leak, right? Unless it's something really stupid and superficial. If they're like legitimate leaks, I'm not going to cover them. I'm just simply going to warn people. Like, I'll probably put a headline like, watch out for the God of War leaks, or the God of War leaks are coming. Keep, something like that, just to basically let people know. Yeah. Leak, Kratos grows hair in Ragnarok. That would be a leak. That would be a messed up leak. I wouldn't want to know that. That's a surprise you want to keep. If Kratos by the end of the game has like long, luscious hair, you don't spoil that. All right. That's awesome. I got to give me just a second here, guys. My cat needs. All right. Got my shaker with me today. Got some whey protein, some milk, and some peanut butter powder. So I swear, man, my cats can never decide what they want to do. Oh, that's good. That's really good. It's thick, though. I shouldn't have shaken it up like that right now. I shouldn't have done that because it makes all like foamy. I shook it enough earlier. What's in it? Got whey protein, animal whey protein, P2B, I think is what it's called. It's like peanut butter powder. Peanut butter powder is great. And just some milk. Makes it like a bit of a bit like a shake, milkshake a little bit. But it's pretty good. I'm going to start trying to Animal Whey. By the way, the brand is called Animal. It's not, I mean, you know, it's chocolate, peanut butter. It's good stuff. I'm going to try to start drinking this stuff more often when I'm podcasting. Keep the energy levels high. Planet Schlorping, you're saying Kratos being a woman would be like Heather Swanson from South Park. Saying, what the F is peanut butter powder, bro? It's real. It's real. MBG eats animals confirmed. I mean, I do, man. I'm a carnivore, so. But yeah, peanut butter powder is a real thing. I recently discovered it myself, and it's actually pretty great. Like if you have a shaker or if you have a blender and you make stuff like that, I'd recommend peanut butter powder. It's really good. Mixes well. But yeah, so we're gonna have to. Yeah, I don't have too much more to say on this particular topic, but I just, I was thinking about it a little bit more, and I just wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit further. You're a carnivore, not an omnivore. How do you live with no fruit? Well, okay. It's interesting because I did attempt the carnivore diet for a very, very brief period of time. And for those who aren't aware, the carnivore diet is literally like you just eat meat. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'm not on a strict carnivore diet, but I do like meat. But the carnivore diet I heard can be very, very good for you. But man, you really need like the carnivore diet is even more extreme than the keto. You really have to readjust. But I can't deny that like I want carbohydrates, like I want fruits, I want vegetables, but I like my grains too. I like my pastas, I like oats, all that stuff. So ice cream is my weakness. Ice cream is absolutely my weakness. If there's one thing that I would definitely probably benefit from cutting out of my diet completely is ice cream. Yeah, intermittent fasting. So I've tried intermittent fasting many times. I do it actually as well. But I try to go like a 16-8 ratio, 16 hours, no eating, nothing, and then 8 hours, feeding period. But the problem I find is with my coffee. So I've tried, drinking coffee black, destroys my teeth, and I just can't do it. And I always end up giving up on it because I'm like, I need a little bit of cream in my coffee. I can't not have it. So I just work out really hard. That's what I do. When I'm lifting, when I'm exercising, I just try to, push myself as much as I can to try to make up for whatever damage I may be doing with a relatively garbage diet. So, yep. You're saying, Cody, yeah, I just live with the yellow teeth. Yeah, for me, it's not even like, I know people like avoid coffee because it stains their teeth. I don't even really care about that. Like it literally erodes my enamel. My teeth and my mouth just can't deal with the acidity. Maybe, and it's probably because I drink a lot of coffee. So anyway, yeah, I kind of diverted here a little bit. You're saying you quit coffee. It's definitely a drug. And it's on every corner. Yeah, I mean, it is, dude. I'm addicted to caffeine. I can't deny that. The lowest I ever got to was just one 6-ounce cup of coffee a day. And I won't lie. Like, I could do it, but coffee's one of those things I enjoy in life, and I'm like, well, it is what it is. I'm gonna have 2 cups of coffee a day with a little bit of cream, and I'm good with that. So, all right, guys, got a little bit off topic there. We're gonna come back in here and to close out this topic. I don't know how we went from talking about a security breach at PlayStation and upcoming leaks to carnivore diet, keto diet, coffee, caffeine addiction, but here we are. Somehow I'm sure all these things are linked. I mean, I think Kratos probably does the carnivore diet, right? He likes deer. He likes to hunt in the direction of deer, and that's probably what all he eats. Like, I feel like Kratos probably doesn't eat fruits and vegetables. I mean, he probably does, or maybe he used to. I mean, he's from Greece, so like, I'm sure he did. But have you seen that guy's physique? Especially for his age. Pretty sure he's carnivore diet. The real question is, does Kratos does he drink coffee? Does he need caffeine? I feel like there is no coffee for them. So maybe that's why he struggled so much in God of War 2018. Maybe it's because he just didn't have his caffeine fix. Yeah, okay, so he drinks wine. Yeah, okay, that. Saying, I thought I read somewhere that whey protein is not good for you. I don't think it's not bad for you. I just don't think whey protein is necessary all the time, because it's very fast acting protein. So like, when you drink whey protein, it gets digested and is in your bloodstream and being soaked up by your body almost instantly, and your body doesn't always need that, Anyway, this is legitimately going to turn into like a fitness and health podcast. Whey isolate is better than concentrated. Yeah, that's true. And there's like casein protein. I could never deal with casein protein. It's too annoying to mix. All right, let me see. Timothy, you're saying vegans triggered. Well, I will say this just because I feel like, look, when it comes to health and when it comes to like doing things that are good for you, I mean, I feel like we all kind of get into that zone where it's like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to make this big change. And some people can, but I'm an advocate for, at least in my time of doing this stuff and trying, is whatever you can realistically stay consistent with. I feel like when you think about making changes in your life to be healthier, whatever it may be, whether it's food or anything else, I think the best way to look at it is, don't look at it as do it for a week, do it for 4 weeks. Just think about what you're doing and imagine, can you see yourself doing this 3 years from now, 4 years from now? Can you do it for that long? And I feel like if you do that, you can probably find a good middle ground where it's like, you don't need to go insane, right? Because anytime you go off the deep end and you go all in, the chances of kind of falling and failing rise substantially. But yeah, that is true. It's always hard at first, and it does get better. And you do get adjusted. Anyway, I apologize. I'm really going off here. Josh, you're saying Sony is trying to keep everything so secret / close to the chest. It's hurting them. They shouldn't have showed that Last of Us gameplay trailer. They should have showed that Last of Us gameplay trailer when the game was announced. I agree, man. Like that, I didn't get that. Like that was very strange to me as well, where I just was like, I saw that trailer that they released and it was already pre-made, so it's hard to say how long it was sitting there on YouTube or on their computers, but I really do agree. I feel like that should, because here's why. Because I think people would have automatically felt better about the game. You know what I mean? Because that 10-minute like dive into The Last of Us Part 1, while I do think it is on the weaker side, like it a lot of stuff they're doing looks good with the game. It's really the price point that a lot of people are hung up on. But even then, I feel like if you showed that, right, and really kind of went in depth with the stuff you're changing, I feel like it would have cushioned the blow a little bit that people were, who were upset what they were feeling. And it's just so weird to me, man. It's so weird that they did sit on that for so long. And I don't know. We'll see if they do anything more. I mean, we have about like a month before the game launches. So yeah, that's true. Is it the video did confirm that Naughty Dog didn't do anything like that significant gameplay wise. Now there was a developer who recently came out, and I covered it in my video briefly, where he said that it doesn't feel the same. He says it feels way better. Like you can't even compare it. And I'm like, well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Like, if the game ultimately feels smoother to play, like than the original, that would be a pretty substantial improvement. But it's just, here's how I view it. And I'm not going to go on a tangent about this. I'm just going to mention it real quick since you brought it up, Josh. I view it simply like this. I think that the gameplay of The Last of Us 1 is great. Like, it's great gameplay. And it does hold up pretty well. However, I think where the problem lies, or the conundrum, is that the gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2 was just improved in so many different ways, right? That I don't think it's inconceivable to imagine that the Last of Us fan base were really hoping that they would be able to experience that type of gameplay in The Last of Us Part 1. Now, I understand that the developers explain that to go prone and to do all these different maneuvers and stuff, it would require completely overhauling the level design and to accommodate for that. And I get that. Like, but that's where it's like, Naughty Dog kind of put themselves in a tough position, because if you're claiming that this is a from the ground up remake, is it really expecting too much to maybe rework the levels to accommodate for something like that? I don't think so. I don't. I understand why they wouldn't want to do that, but this is just where I feel like when you take the $70 price point and you take all the things that they said about the game, I don't think it's unreasonable. Now, keep in mind, pay attention to the word I'm using, unreasonable. I do not think it's unreasonable for anybody who was maybe looking forward to the game or hoping to be sold on the game that they were expecting a little bit more for that price point. But at the same time, I do feel like unfortunately with Naughty Dog and with anything involving The Last of Us, unfortunately, people do go overboard. Like people go berserk, like absolutely berserk on Naughty Dog and Sony. And it's like, guys, look, people need to take a deep breath, calm down. At the end of the day, it's a product that they're making. Not everybody's going to be happy about it. Not everybody's going to feel it's worth it. Not everybody's going to feel like it's justified. But on the other side of the coin, if you're able to view things and view reality for what it is, you understand that sometimes you have to accept things for what they are. And the reality of this situation, guys, is this game's going to sell perfectly fine. This game's going to sell millions of copies, and Sony's going to make a lot of money off it. And I'm not saying that makes it okay. I'm not saying that makes it wrong. I'm just simply being a realist and explaining that, at the end of the day, as I said before, putting my opinion aside, putting your opinion aside, the only thing I think we can all agree on is it's your money and only you can choose where it's going to go. That's it. That's all it comes down to. Now, for me personally, I've made the decision that for my channel, and because of the position I'm in, I'm going to pay $70 for The Last of Us Part 1. And frankly, I can probably just look at some of the super chats I get on a podcast and say, well, this is going to go into that, and this is so I can stream and review the game for my audience. So I have a reason that goes beyond just me wanting to play the game. And so that's why I totally understand when there are people like, dude, I'm not buying the game. I don't think it's worth it. I totally respect that, and I think just make that choice, Would I buy it without the channel? Probably not, dude. I'm going to be, I mean, it really depends on where I'm at in that current situation. If I was sitting there bored out of my mind with nothing else to play, like just desperate for something to play, even then it would still be hard because it's like, I have played this game before. Like it's a possibility, but I'm going to say that if I didn't have a YouTube channel and, you know, I just, you know, I was just gaming without that aspect to it, I would probably feel very inclined to wait for a sale, truthfully, because I would think to myself, God of War is right around the corner. You know, I did play this game before. Like, I don't really feel like I'm missing out on much. That's probably how I would feel. But that's what I think is going to make it so interesting for me to stream the game, because I'm going to kind of relay to you guys what I think about it as I'm playing it. Like, how does it look? Does it actually feel any different? How is the DualSense? Is it really enhanced? Like, and I'll let you guys know, because I'm not getting a review copy. See, that to me is what's going to make it interesting. Is I'm not being sent a review copy by Sony. You know, I'm gonna, you know, it's gonna be money out of my own pocket, and I'll honestly let you guys know if it's worth the $70 to me after playing it. And I think that might make for an interesting, you know, thing for you guys here on the channel. But yeah, it's weird that they sat on that for so long, Josh. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying, MBG, you should try bulletproof coffee. It's keto friendly. Yeah, I heard about that, but it sounds really unappealing to me. Does it taste as good as I've been told? Because when people tell me what's in it, I'm like, I don't know that I would enjoy that very much. But I've heard really good things about bulletproof coffee. Maybe one day I'll try it. Saying it tastes amazing, really? Maybe I should give it a try. Because I cannot do black coffee, ever. I just can't. I drink tea unsweetened, but I can't do black coffee. It's the acidity that drives me up a wall. Josh, you're saying, yes, they need to do a better job at getting out there and controlling their own narrative. I don't blame Naughty Dog for any of this. PlayStation is handling this poorly. I agree. And I agree. And that's why I do feel a little bit sorry for the developers at Naughty Dog, because I'm telling you now, guys, that it's not Naughty Dog's choice to sell this game at $70. It's not. You know it's not. Especially when they see the backlash they're getting. If it was up to Naughty Dog, I promise you this game would be $40, maybe 50, but probably 40, right? I promise you that if Naughty Dog was in charge of it, they would probably offer some type of upgrade path or upgrade discount. But it's not. I could be wrong. I want to make it clear, because I'm talking very definitively. I don't know for certain, but come on, we know that it's Sony that's in charge of the pricing of these games. It's not Naughty Dog. I think Sony gives. What if it was, though? Right? Like, do you think there's a possibility it could be Naughty Dog? Because I just don't see a situation. I don't see a situation. Oathbreaker says, sorry, MBG. I bought an Xbox this week. Please forgive me. Leave, Oathbreaker. You are no longer welcome in this community. How dare you? That's blasphemy. Can you guys believe this? Oathbreaker. Fitting name. Fitting name. We do not forgive you. We condemn you. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, of course. I mean, I hope people know I'm kidding, but no, it's all good, man. I've actually seen quite a few people. It says GTFO. Yeah, dude. I've seen quite a few people recently in my comment sections explaining that they've been, buying Xboxes, trying out Game Pass, because there's kind of this lull period. Sony hasn't had any big releases lately, and a lot of people have been saying they've been enjoying it. And I think that this is actually probably a really good time to do that, right? Like, if you're playing on PlayStation, maybe you've played all the games already. You've played. If you've played all the games already, you don't really have much reason to go to PlayStation Plus Extra Premium. If you got the extra money and the time, go check out what's on Xbox. I can't blame anybody, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know that there's that much new there either. But if you haven't played anything on Xbox, there's definitely going to be new stuff for you there. Same thing with Xbox people. I'm sure that there are Xbox people who are getting a little bit bored during the 2022 period, and they're like, I'm going to go try PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium and try these games. So, but I just wanted to say this before I move on and read some of these super chats. I just don't imagine a scenario, guys. I don't imagine a scenario where I don't think it would be Herman Hulst, but maybe, I don't even think it would be Jim Ryan, but somebody who's an executive at Sony, they are talking to Neil Druckmann, and I forget the name of the other co-president there at Naughty Dog, but they're talking to them, and I just don't see a scenario where Sony executive is turning to the president of Naughty Dog and saying, so, how much do you want to charge for this game? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't see that being a reality. The way I think it happens, and this is where I don't know the inner workings of PlayStation and their studios and how these things work, but the way I see it is Naughty Dog is asked if they want to do this project. Naughty Dog says, yeah, we'll do this project. We want to do this. And what we know about the history of The Last of Us Part 1, if it's to be believed, is it didn't start at Naughty Dog, and it started with another studio, and they weren't happy with it, and they had two choices. They could either cancel it, or Naughty Dog could finish it themselves. So Naughty Dog was like, we'll finish it ourselves. And I think at that point, Sony basically just looks at it, and then somebody there at Sony has to make the decision, how much are we going to sell this for? And I think that, somebody there was like, we're going to sell it for 70. Like, I don't think it was Insomniac's choice to sell Spider-Man Miles Morales at $50. That was a game that I think was more fairly priced to a lot of people. But I think at the end of the day, it's Sony that makes these decisions. And it makes sense, because I feel like it would be pretty damn chaotic if studios could decide their price points, right? High or low. I don't think it would be bad, but it would be chaotic, right? Like, you would see all different price points across. Like, I think maybe at the most, maybe Naughty Dog could suggest, I think we should charge $50 for this, or $40. And then Sony will take that into consideration, but they will make the final decision like, no, we're going to charge. We think we can get 70 for this. So, yeah, just, it's an interesting era at Sony. It is. It's a very different feel for Sony this generation so far. Not all bad. I don't think it's as bad as some people make it sound, but there are aspects that are just not, I guess you could say, not as friendly. Like, it doesn't feel as friendly. It doesn't feel as like transparent, But I do agree with you, Josh. I think Sony really they do need to do a better job of controlling the narrative. They absolutely they do. They do. I agree with that. And I feel like that's where this is kind of the price that Sony's paying a little bit, where Sony, I respect them for saying, we're going to reveal stuff when we want. We're going to talk about it when we want. I respect that. Do it as you want, as you please. You should have that autonomy, of course. Don't feel pressured. But there is a price. Everything comes with a price. And I think in this case, this is the risk. And this is the price that Sony unfortunately has to pay, is the longer you go, the higher the chance that something leaks. The higher the chance that when it leaks, people might not be happy about it. It's like I said, imagine if these leaks for The Last of Us were the opposite. They were very exciting and very, very packed with new information that we didn't know about that got people excited. The conversation would be totally different. Leaks can either work for or against you, and I think in this case, it absolutely worked against Sony. Shelly, you're saying, do you think Factions will be in PlayStation Plus or standalone game like Ghost Legends? I imagine it will be a $40 game, but it'll have expansions you can buy for the narrative. I'm going to be honest, Shelly. I absolutely believe that The Last of Us Factions multiplayer is going to be free to play. I would be shocked if it wasn't. I would be shocked. I have many reasons for thinking that. If Sony charges money for Factions, then that confirms to me one thing and one thing only. They don't care if this game succeeds as a live service. That's what you need to keep in mind when you think about Sony and multiplayer going forward. Sony says their future for them is not subscription services. Sony says the future for them are live service games. And I think that if that's true for them, then there's only one way, in my opinion, you have a top tier live service game, and that's by making it as accessible as possible. And that comes in the form of free to play. So, let me see. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying at first I was upset about The Last of Us leak, but calming down now, I think I will buy it. It's just so good. And that, that's fine, man. Like, I feel like a lot of people are probably going to feel that way. I mean, that's something that I continually, it's not a lesson per se. It's a reality that I continually see and I forget about. And that is that the internet is not real life. It's not. I exist here in a pretty significant way with my channel here on the internet. Social media is more prominent than it ever has been before. There's more ways for people to interact on the internet than ever before. But here's the important part about the internet that we always need to remember. It's autonomous. It's not autonomous. It's anonymous, right? Most people, not everybody, but a lot of people, most people on the internet you don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. And anybody can be anybody. And I just think that there is a separation. There's an illusion. It's an illusion. And that illusion is, and I fall for it so many times, is that the more time you spend on the internet and the more time you spend reading about what other people think, what other people are saying, and you just start taking in all this information and your brain's being saturated with it, it begins to convince you that this is the truth, that this is the way it is, when in reality, it's not. It's not. And the reality, as I said, is this is why I think it's very important to always be able to take a step back and zoom out as much as you can. And it can be hard because when you're engaging with people on the internet, especially for somebody like me, like I'm constantly being engaged with it, it's hard sometimes to completely zoom out and not get some tunnel vision going. But when you do, you realize that Sony and these corporations, there's a line they're going to have to walk. And that line is, believe it or not very different from the line we have to walk, which is if Sony listened to everything that the internet told them, PlayStation wouldn't exist right now. It would have went bankrupt and been completely destroyed overnight. All right? That's the truth. But at the same time, there are those rare cases where Sony, they're having their own version of tunnel vision, and they're doing something that's anti-consumer. They're doing something that's not good, that is just seemingly backwards and confusing. And that is when, there are times where if enough people come together on the internet, we can express that, and it can be projected towards them, and they can get the message. But I'm telling you guys, the most important thing is put the internet aside for a minute. Sony only looks at one thing. And it's not just Sony. Companies, corporations, executives, do you think they're going on Twitter? Do you think these people are going on Twitter and they're like, oh, what does this person have to say about this? No. They're simply looking at the bottom line, and they want to know how many people bought this. What were our expectations? Did it meet expectations? Did it go under expectations? And that's all it comes down to, man. It's about money. It's about numbers. And I'm passionate about PlayStation. I care about the PlayStation brand because of, the connections I have to it, as many of you do. But the PlayStation brand is not one person. It's not even a group of people that run it. It is more than that. And what we have to understand about the business side of PlayStation and of the executives, as brutal as it may sound, and it sounds brutal, but it's just the sooner you rip the Band-Aid off, the easier it is to kind of see clearly. They don't care about you. They don't care about your family, your friends. They don't want to know who you are. We are a number to them. And that's not their fault. It's not Jim Ryan's fault. It's not Herman Hulst's fault. It's just the way it is. You know, it's the world we live in today. We're numbers. And that's why I try to whittle it down and tell people the only number that matters, the only thing that matters to Sony and to Jim Ryan when he's reading the reports or he's listening to whoever's job it is to break the numbers down for him, he just wants to know, did we sell as many copies of The Last of Us Part 1 as we hoped to? Did we hit our goal? If we didn't, how much below it are we? If we did, how much above it are we? And, you know, this is why we got to be careful sometimes, guys. We do, because, you know, we talk about people who kind of go off the deep end and they go berserk in the direction of, let's slander Sony, let's tear them down, let's tear down PlayStation, or anything we don't like. It doesn't even just have to be Sony. And yes, that is called capitalism. Let's tear them down. Let's do damage. Just as that is, it can be damaging and it can be detrimental, so can being too positive in a way. And that's where I feel like I'm trying harder these days to be more, not tame, but just more focused in what I'm saying, because the reality is, guys, the reason why we're getting The Last of Us Remake and the reason why Sony feels like we can get away with selling it for $70 again, I know that it's like, well, it's because they want to release it on PC. Yes, they do. They want to release it to a new audience. So there's one reason. They have an HBO show. Yes, they do. They have an HBO show. There's another reason. But go a little bit deeper than that. Why do these things exist? Why does Sony want to put this game on PC? Why is there an HBO show? And more importantly, why do they think that they can just casually sell it again for $70? I want you guys to remember, I want you to just think back previous years. What did we say about The Last of Us? What was the conversation, not The Last of Us Part 2, surrounding The Last of Us 1? It was bulletproof. It was bulletproof. And we made it that way. Not like we here, but I just mean the gaming industry made that game bulletproof. And that's the problem here. Is it's you don't want to artificially dismantle something when it doesn't deserve it, but you cannot, and I've learned this, like, for example, no matter how good God of War Ragnarok is, I cannot come out here and say that this is perfection and everything is great and everything is fine, only because I have to remember, what does this translate to the executives at Sony, to the executives at PlayStation? That translates to one thing and one thing only. So we can saturate the market, is what you're saying. You see what I mean? And it's where it is, and I see somebody saying it is sad. It is a little bit sad, because it's like, you got to be careful in a way what you wish for. You know, that saying is true, where, you know, support the things you love and like, but always be skeptical, right? Always try to think critically and always try to understand that nothing is ever as simple as it's just purely black or white. It's either one way or the other, because it's never that simple. It's not. And unfortunately, we do live in a society where people will do everything they can to convince you that it is that simple. But it's not. It goes deeper. There are layers to everything. And all I'm encouraging is just don't simply say this is good or this is bad. Think beyond, why is it good? Why is it bad? And yeah, I'm starting to kind of go down a rabbit hole now, where now we're getting too deep. We're going a couple layers too deep here. But the point is, there's more than what meets the eye with everything. And the internet tries so hard to remove that aspect. The internet tries so hard to create one side or the other, our society today more than ever tries to create one side or the other. And just don't fall for it. Don't fall for the illusion. It's never just as simple as there's one side and then there's another side. There's always more to it. So he's just okay, Optimus Prime. All right, I apologize to these those of you who super chatted. I'm keeping you waiting here. I admit though, I do like getting deep sometimes. I can go deep. I have not reached my full form on my channel yet here. Like I've never truly reached a certain depth that I am absolutely capable of. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. Let me see. KD, you're saying starting the podcast late, early videos are a lame perk. Started Discord for the members, MBG. I forgot about that. I totally. Hey man, it's a perk nonetheless. All right, it's something. The Discord actually, that is something that I did say I was going to look into, and I did mean that. I actually just forgot about it for some reason. Again, because I don't use Discord, so it's one of those things that's not at the forefront of my mind, but that is something else I do want to introduce to members. So I will keep that at the forefront. I will try to keep that at the forefront of my mind and work on that as a perk. Because that's the thing, is like the more perks I can offer, the better. You know, like KD, you might not like early videos. Somebody else might. You want Discord, somebody else might not care about Discord. So if I can offer the best of both worlds, I will try. MBG drunk live stream. I actually don't drink, so I don't think that's ever going to happen. Josh, you're saying the game looks great and Naughty Dog did a great job with it. I'm not upset it exists. They confirmed they had a team doing nothing and used it to get familiar with the PS5. And and that's the thing, is like I think that's a good aspect as well. That's a good angle. I think that, if there are employees that need something to do and Naughty Dog wants to retain those employees, they don't want everybody to leave. Again, I feel like that's where it's like, that's a very good thing where, yes, it's good to have them doing something and getting familiar with the PS5 rather than doing nothing. But I don't know that if they had known there was going to be so much backlash for the $70 price tag, maybe they would have changed course a little bit. Or change their tune a little bit, potentially. Maybe ask to do something else instead. We'll see. It's going to be the funniest thing ever when like a week after The Last of Us Part 1 launches, Sony's like, we broke a new record. Like, it's going to be the ultimate, like, oh, what happened, guys? It would be funny. Josh, you're saying, but it being $70, that's PlayStation, not Naughty Dog. And that's what I'm thinking too. It does make me wonder, this is where people at Naughty Dog have jobs. I do wonder what they think about this. They're not allowed to talk about it, right? But I do wonder, like, if they could choose the price, what would they sell it for? Like the people making it and working on it. Does make me wonder. Rob, you're saying, did you ever play Demon's Souls Remake? It's so good. I did. Yes. I played Demon's Souls Remake. I beat it, and it's incredible, man. It's incredible. I still find myself just so ridiculously impressed with what Bluepoint did, man. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see what Bluepoint does next. Rob, you're saying, did you ever play Demon's Souls? Or sorry, I just read that. Apologies, Rob. Zenar, I got glasses here next to me. I'm about to put them on because you guys want to see what I look like in glasses? I actually found out that recently. Apparently I need glasses, and I kind of knew I was gonna need glasses because I was like noticing more and more things are getting a little blurry, and it's so weird how your eyes they make up for it. But I got my glasses right here, my reading glasses. Oh, everything's so clear now. See, it's not that dramatic. It's not that dramatic of a difference. Old man MBG here. Yeah, I have an astigmatism. I think that's what it's called. Old MBG. I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be. Or what's another MGS4 quote? I'm just an old killer hired to do some wet work. Peter says, nerd. Nerdy MBG. Let's go, guys. I'm ready. Do your old man voice. Talk like this. MBG. Yeah, somebody says MBG looks sophisticated. Yeah. Smart MBG. I swear, the ultimate pinnacle of this channel, it's always been leading in this direction. There's going to be like multiple personalities on this channel, and they're all going to be me. There's going to be different layers. Your IQ went up 50 points. Love to hear it. See, that's what I'm going for right now. But yeah, dude, in all seriousness, like, it's weird because the craziest thing to me is when I was playing my game, I didn't realize how, the sharpness and the clarity of the picture that I'm looking at, I wasn't seeing it fully. You know? I was just kind of shocked. Like, I knew my vision was going a little bit, but when I put on my glasses for the first time and I'm playing Final Fantasy, I'm like, holy shit, like this, it's so much sharper. Like I'm seeing 4K again for the first time. I'm like sitting here wondering, like, how long? And you know what's weird? Here's what's weird. Apparently, I still have 20/20 vision, pretty much. Like, I have 20/20 vision. Technically, my right eye makes up for the discrepancy here, right? For what's missing, but it puts a lot of strain on your eyes. But yeah, dude, the sharpness. You're the dude. You're saying you found out you had an astigmatism 2 years ago. Had no idea lights weren't supposed to be. You said that my entire. I don't know if you meant that bright or that dull, but yeah, dude, that's something else too. Is like the lighting. It's crazy, crazy. Lady K says you look nice. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my my glasses. All right. Hey MBG, are you going to stream old God of War games before Ragnarok comes out? I am going to be playing them. Yes, I'm going to be playing them, but I don't know that I'm going to be streaming them. MBG, do you think Sony will go back to making console-only exclusives after the 37% decline? You know, I will. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. The dude, you're saying astigmatism has nothing to do with near or far sightedness. Well, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like I'm not familiar with any of this because I've had like perfect vision my whole life, and this is honestly, that's what surprised me. Like I thought that that the reason why my vision was going a little bit was because I spent so many years like being, you know, my phone right up to my face and being in front of screens all the time. All right, let me keep this going though, because we do have quite a few different topics to talk about, and I want to make sure I get to them. Zanarkand Blitzer, you're saying The Last of Us remake is $124.95 here in Australia. I'll wait for a price drop. That's crazy. Yeah, dude, that's ridiculous. I would never pay that much. I would never pay that much for that's. Yeah. Let me ask you, Zanarkand, though. Do you think that, would you pay that? I'm assuming that God of War Ragnarok is the same price. Does that, like, are you willing to pay $124.95 for that? Young G, you're saying, MBG, we haven't even seen Hemdall or Surtur yet. Surtur? Is that, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Yeah, there's still a lot. Dude, there's a lot. There's a lot coming, man. There is. Now, where were we with my topics? Because I got way off track. All right, I think I'm gonna rearrange the order of these topics. I don't want to talk about the Square Enix acquisition just yet because I feel like that's kind of a. Here's what I do want to talk about. because I think people are interested in this, and I'm interested in it. So, what I said in my podcast title here, I said that Sony is going big for the remainder of 2022, and that's absolutely true, guys. Sony is going big, and I'm going to explain to you why. I feel like some of it's kind of obvious, but I just think it's worth reiterating because we talked about Sony saw a 15% decline in engagement, 37% decline in profit, and I think people misunderstood maybe my video that I made about it. I wasn't trying to be overly like optimistic, but I was basically just trying to explain to people that it's actually a good thing. I think like when Sony is not doing great, they're going to have to do something to get our attention again. They're going to have to move. And I think that's ultimately just going to be good. I'm not saying everything that comes from that will be good, because I saw people basically saying, "Oh, they're just going to they're just going to shove microtransactions down our throat and it's going to be nothing but but live service games." Not necessarily. I got to this up a little bit. Zagatka. You're saying, "What's up, MBG? I'm going to get caught up on replay later, but wanted to say Returnal is awesome, but yeesh. Thanks for talking it up. I'm about halfway." Yeah, dude, I'm happy to hear that. I'm assuming you're playing it through PlayStation Extra or Premium plus Extra or Premium, but yeah, dude, Returnal is amazing. Returnal is it's a game that when I finished it, I felt totally satisfied with it. It drove me a little bit nuts though, getting the platinum, getting all the I forget what they're called, the glyphs. Yeah, that was kind of a nightmare. That's the only aspect of the game I didn't like because it's so random. It's ARG. Or not ARG. You know what I'm talking about. I forget what it's called. But yeah, it's randomly generated and it drove me insane. But let's go over some of the key things here. So Sony's latest report reveals a slow and down quarter for PlayStation, but Sony seems eager to rectify that in the coming months. On top of that, and this is something I didn't mention in my video, and I absolutely wish I would have. I can't believe I forgot to mention it. So I talked to you guys about how Sony is really down right now, and their profits are dropping. Yeah, RNG. That's what I meant to say. Their profits are dropping 37%, and here's another important thing to take into account. Sony's profits dropping by 37%. PlayStation's profits, that's not taking into account the acquisition of Bungie. I did see some people saying that it was. That's actually not taking that into account. So we look at that. We look at the 15% drop in user engagement. If you watched my video the other day, I really put a lot of focus on the user engagement aspect because, and this is the important part, Sony said themselves that is more than they were expecting. They were not anticipating a 15% drop. A 37% profit drop, maybe that could have been anticipated. I don't know if that is in line with what they were expecting, but Sony was keen to point out that they did not anticipate a 15% drop. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. With that being said, people started to worry that, does this mean that Sony's maybe they're gonna feel a little bit nervous and they're gonna stop investing as much or the same amount of money into PlayStation as they currently are? And it's important to point out that I believe Sony's CFO Hiroki Totoki said that they will continue to invest the same amount. There are no changes being made to their investment. That's very important to highlight because what that means is that they're staying the course. They're not worried about this period. even though maybe they're a little bit caught off guard by the 15% drop. That was more than they expected. It's not like these things are unheard of. You know, it's not like Sony's in some kind of free fall or anything like that. And yeah, it is important to acknowledge that the quarter that they're referring to with these results, Sony didn't have any major releases. I saw people talking about Horizon, Forbidden West, and GT7, but those titles did not release in the last quarter. They released the previous quarter. But nonetheless, those titles were not enough to make up for the lack of Sony not having a big release ready. Forspoken originally was supposed to be releasing in May. So that was probably something that Sony, was taking into account, and they had to readjust for that once it got delayed. But the thing here that is, I think, exciting is that it's pretty clear what's about to go down. Is it not? Like, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, and I know it's practically a meme and a joke at this point when I say, like, Sony's getting ready to do something big soon. It's like, yeah, of course, right. I say that every month, but in reality, they say it themselves. I mean, let's look at what we got ahead of us, okay? So, things that we know Sony is going to do to rectify the situation. Number one actually is an unknown. It's not known. I was going to say The Last of Us Part 1 in September, but let's look at August. What does Sony plan to do for August? I don't know. I don't know that Sony has very many plans for August, but I have been hearing that, and I don't know how much truth there is to this. Yeah, PlayStation Stars, that's true. That's true. That should help. I don't know how much truth there is to this. We're just going to have to kind of sit back and see if it turns out to be true, but I'm hearing that we're going to be getting more on God of War in August. I will say that with The Last of Us Part 1 coming up, I don't know. I don't know if extra marketing would hurt or help this game at this point. So I don't abandoned reveal in August. Oh, man. Yeah, okay. You know what? Let's take a left turn for a second. Just a second. What the hell happened, dude? What happened to all the conversation around Kojima, around Silent Hill, around him working with like everything just went away overnight, dude. And I don't mind. I think it's good. Like, I think it's good that it went away, but it's just kind of funny how it disappeared. And I feel like ever since Kojima announced his Xbox game that he's working on, everybody just kind of walked away, So, oh man, I don't know, dude. There's nothing left to say. There's nothing left to say. I guess I'm just gonna say this. I do wonder if Sony does do a showcase in September. I do wonder if Kojima Productions will be there in any way, shape, or form. So, MBG, any comments about Game Pass losing money? I would comment on it, but I don't know. I haven't really been following Xbox that much, so I just assume that Game Pass is always kind of losing money a little bit, because they're still growing their subscription base, their subscriber base. But yeah, bro. Blue Box Game Studios. The last tweet from them, they asked people if they wanted to see early footage of their game, and the overwhelming majority said yes, and then they just never did anything. They just never. That's it. They were like, "Oh, what's that? You want to see early footage of the game? You know what? We're just going to go away. See ya." It's so weird. Anyway. God, still, we're going to look back on that situation years from now, and it's going to be a fascinating case study. It really is. Like, some things, man, are just not, they just don't sit well, right? Like, it feels like the case isn't fully closed, and I know there's more. Whether it's good or bad, I know there's more. And yeah, will Blue Box ever come back? Damn, dude. And that report from GameSpot, holy shit, shit got really weird with that. I mean, that was like, okay, I don't even know what to make of that. But anyway, getting back to the topic at hand here. So, all right, in August, we don't know what Sony's plans are. We can only assume that they're going to talk a little bit in August. We do know that Gamescom is happening in August. And how are your hype levels for Gamescom? I'm going to be honest. Mine are very low. Like, my hype levels in general are ridiculously low right now. I don't want to like start complaining or anything, but I just feel like there's just so little happening like right now and in the immediate future. And immediate, I just mean like basically the summer. I'm thinking that maybe we can expect a little something from God of War in August. What we do know about, other than Gamescom, is Sony's releasing The Last of Us Part 1. After that, they have God of War Ragnarok. Now, those are game releases, okay? We know about them. The big question, guys. This is always an interesting conversation to have because it literally creates like a micro civil war within the PlayStation community. On one hand, if I were to say Sony's too quiet, Sony needs to bring out the big guns. Sony should have a big blowout showcase, show us what they've been working on. There's one side of the PlayStation community that is like, hell yeah. Like, that's what we want. That's what we've been waiting for. Come on, Sony. Come on. And then on the other side, there are quite a few PlayStation fans, and they don't like when I say that. Like, some actually get upset where they're like, dude, Sony doesn't have to do anything. They're doing just fine. Like, they are giving us information. And I look at this past week, guys, Sony revealed the first user experience for PSVR 2 in a blog post. And I was genuinely surprised. I was like, this is so ridiculously... I don't even know how to... Like, I'm not going to say unexciting because it's not like I'm expecting it to be exciting, but it's almost like it's swept under the rug, for God's sake. You know? Like, they give you like 4 screenshots and like 4 paragraphs, and that's it. And it's like, that's it, you know? And I thought to myself, maybe there is a reason for this. I think it's actually because Sony is fully understanding that they're not going to have enough VR units at launch, like nowhere close. Like, it's like they're going to sell out instantly. And I just feel like Sony is kind of taking this stance where they have to be... I know it sounds weird, but I think they're like, we need to not hype it up too much, right? Like, we have to keep it very steady because, you know, it really wouldn't be a good idea if it's like, we have so much hype that if we produce 10 million headsets, we're going to sell them in the first year. And that would be insane for VR. That would be ridiculous for VR. But imagine like if you could generate that type of excitement and yet you could only produce 1.5 million. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a conundrum. And I feel like this is what we've been seeing with Sony with the PS5, where there's a reason why God of War Ragnarok is not PS5 only. There's a reason why, you know, Sony, the biggest thing they're pretty much hyping up in their earnings report is, don't worry, we have more supply coming. Yeah, that's true. If they chose not to limit PSVR 2 to just PS5 owners, that would be a different story. But then you also have to think of the components, though, right? Aaron Yogurt, sorry I missed your super chat, my friend. You're saying you want to know what releases in August. Way of the Hunter on August 16th, only on next gen and PC. I feel like I saw that game pop up in the PlayStation Store. I'm not a hunter, so like I don't know that game's necessarily appealing, but the fact that it's next gen only is interesting a little bit. Maybe I'll check it out. But I mean, I know Roller Dome is releasing in August, so I might try that. Yeah, and that's the thing is like I'm gonna give you my opinion, all right? Matt York, member for 7 months. Greatness waits. Thank you, my friend. You're saying, I love the glasses, man. They match your hat, face, and shirt. I'd pay for an MBG glasses NFT, no questions asked. LOL. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. If I didn't feel so bad about selling an NFT, maybe I would sell you an exclusive MBG glasses, the official MBG glasses NFT. I don't know. Somebody will do it. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. And you know, it's weird too, because like I've seen so many people wear glasses for so many years of my life that it's just kind of, you know, you don't even think about it. Like you don't think about people wearing glasses. And then the day that I find out I have to wear glasses, it feels so strange because I've never had to. I don't wear sunglasses either. That's the thing. Like I literally don't, I don't wear sunglasses. I've wore sunglasses probably like 10 times in my life total, and that's it. So to me, wearing glasses for the first time felt so bizarre. I'm like, this is strange. Like I'm not used to this. But I appreciate it. So let me give you my opinion on Sony's situation right now and with PlayStation. I kind of am of two minds with this. On one hand, I look at Sony's financial report and I don't really care that much, mainly because there are many factors working against Sony right now that I could list off. 1, supply shortage. 2, recession and just, you know, prices of everything going up. People have less money. 3, it's the summertime. People are just out and about doing more. 4, Sony, most importantly, had no major releases, as we said. 5, yes, it's true that previous year, 2021 and 2020, pandemic, lockdowns, people inside a lot more. All of these things combined, it's like, it's not surprising. Like, of course it makes sense that this quarter for them is kind of garbage. And right now, the gaming industry is kind of garbage a little bit, right? It's just how it is. Things are going to come down. But the thing is, like my other mindset is I don't want to sit back and say, okay, it's cool, man. Who cares? I don't care. I mostly don't care, but a part of me looks at this and says, yes, like good. I want to see Sony deflated a little bit because it's simple. They're gonna have to do more, and they have more coming. But I'm telling you now, like what I think, and in my opinion, what Sony needs to do in September, maybe August if they want to get ahead of the curve, but in September, they have to have a blowout showcase. And I know that there are going to be people who tell me no, they don't. I know there are going to be people who disagree and say, dude, Sony could do whatever they want and they'll be fine. And I get that. Like, I'm not saying Sony couldn't do whatever they want and not survive. This isn't about Sony surviving. This is about what I think the PlayStation fan base needs right now and what I think would be good for it. Sony, I made a comment, I replied to a comment in my video talking about this, where I said to somebody, you know, I forget what they said, but I know what my reply was because I remember what somebody else said to my reply. I said, I feel like we've been talking about these games that Sony has in development for like a year and a half now, close to 2 years, maybe a little bit longer than that for some. And we're still talking about them, and we haven't seen anything. We haven't heard much. And I said, I think there's big things around the corner. I do. And somebody replied to what I said, and they were like, yo, man, Sony's been releasing a bunch of games. This is an Xbox we're talking about. Made me laugh a little bit. And I was like, well, that's the thing, is like, I'm not trying to make it sound like just because Sony has been sitting on, that's why they've been sitting on a bunch of games, because there's no need to reveal like 3, 4, 5 new games at one time when you already have like 3 games before those that are going to be coming out. You could, like, Sony could do that, but I feel like Sony has been waiting. They've been waiting, man. And it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's painful at this point. It's actually painful, I think, for a portion of the PlayStation community, because what we're looking at, what we've been looking at, is Microsoft. With each one of their showcases, they're just trying to, well, maybe not. I'm going to be honest. Microsoft's last E3, the one that they just had or showcase, that was different. They did something different. They said, we're only showing you stuff that's coming in the first year or the next 12 months. That was different for them. But the year prior to that, they had like a blowout. They were revealing shit that was literally not even real yet, right? Like, and they were making fun of it, which I thought was funny. I loved it. It was what was that game? Oh man, help me out here. It was the sequel to Obsidian's game. I'm looking for the chat to help me out here. I don't know why I'm not remembering the name, but they revealed the sequel to it, and I was laughing because they were like, Outer World. Yeah, is that it? What, Outer Worlds 2? Yeah. And that's what was funny to me, because they're like, they made a trailer and they're like, we don't know what this game is yet. We don't even know what's going on with it. We just know that we're making a sequel to it, and here's a trailer announcing that we're making a sequel. And I'm like, okay, like, you see, people were wondering, like, how come Microsoft is so comfortable just revealing everything, even if it's not even real yet? It's years away. There's no actual gameplay. It's like logos and stuff. Why are they so okay with it? I'll tell you why. It's because Microsoft has less to lose if you think about it. Like, Microsoft is not worried about the shortage as much. Microsoft is on PC. Microsoft is in the cloud. Microsoft is on your phone. Microsoft is now going to be on Samsung TVs, right? Microsoft has Game Pass, and Game Pass is Microsoft's future in gaming, and they just want subscribers. That's all. And this is where you see how Sony is not in that position, where Sony is like, everything Sony does, everything Sony reveals is to sell hardware. Yes, it's to help their services and their platform and all that, but it's still to sell hardware. And I'm telling you, the reason why, because I know I'm not the only one. Sony's been releasing games on a consistent basis. They've been doing a great job. We can all agree on that. But how many of you, and chat, answer me on this one, I'm curious to see, how many of you guys have been feeling like for the past year and 7 months that Sony has just been pretty much trying to do, not with game releases, please keep that in mind, I'm strictly talking about new game announcements, new video game announcements. Sony has been trying to get by doing the absolute bare minimum. Absolute bare minimum. I'm curious, how many of you have felt that for the past year, since the PS5 launched, year and 7 months, roughly, that this is what Sony's been doing? Maybe not, not since the PS5 launched, pretty much since the June showcase or the September showcase of 2020. I'm just looking at the chat right now. And Zanar, sorry, I missed these super chats. Zanarkan Blitzer, thank you, buddy. You're saying, I can get God of War Ragnarok for $99, thankfully. I already played The Last of Us 1, got to prioritize my budget for the new game releases. Well, I'm glad to hear you can get it for a little bit less, man. And I think that's a better way to go about it. I'm going to be honest, Zanarkan Blitzer, I would say this to anybody. If you had to choose between The Last of Us Part 1 and God of War, if you've already played The Last of Us, go for God of War. And Josh, you're saying, I bet The Last of Us drops in PlayStation Plus Extra in a year, and everyone will start praising the game at that point. I'll get the game at some point, but I'm not paying $70. That would be rough, dude. If they dropped it in the PS Plus just 1 year later after, kind of forcing that $70 price point for that game in particular. Like, I think for a new game that's not a remake that maybe is questionable, that's fine. But that would be rough for The Last of Us. So, yeah, what I think is necessary at this point, and I'm sure you guys have noticed, like, I make videos when we get news from Sony about PS5 supply. And I usually title those videos like, this is great news for PS5, or the PS5 just got more good news. And I get excited about that. And people think it's because I care about, like, the console wars and I want to see Sony outsell the Xbox. It actually has nothing to do with that. I get excited at the notion of the PS5 shortage ending. Like, I wish it could end right now. And I know there are much more serious problems in life, but, we keep it gaming here. I get so excited about that notion because I promise you, when Sony no longer has an allocated budget for how many units they can sell at any given time, and the sky is the limit, it's we can produce as many as we want and we can sell them all. You're gonna see a different Sony. I promise you, Sony has been waiting, man. They are. If you look at last year's showcase, I'm going to be honest right now. I'm going to be brutally honest. It was a weak showcase. It was. It felt like the bare minimum. And even that was good, and people were excited because of the major announcements that we did get. But I'm telling you, if you go back and watch that, you can clearly see that Sony was like, we need to put on a show. We have to have something. We have to have something, right, to get people excited. And they're like, what can we reveal now? Well, we can reveal Spider-Man 2. Okay, we could do that. Yeah. We could reveal Wolverine, and that was the one, man. Wolverine was like that. Oh, okay. Yep, we got this in the bag. We don't need anything else. We're good. We'll show some God of War. But look at how much God of War has Sony shown since then. Barely any, dude. Have they even mentioned Wolverine since then? Nope, not a peep. What about Spider-Man? Nothing. It's because they knew that they had to do something, and they did it. And what I can tell you is this. Fernando says, MVG, you think you know, but you know nothing. Maybe I do know nothing. Maybe it's better that way. What I can tell you is this. If Sony wanted to last year, they probably could have revealed literally like 5 or 6 more games and projects that they had in development. But they didn't. They didn't. Because here's why. Almost all of those projects, I promise you, are only for PS5 and maybe PC if they're like live service multiplayer. But I promise you, none of the projects that are in development right now are for PS4. And Sony, knowing that they are in a serious shortage and they have no idea how bad it's going to get, they're going to sit on it, man. And it can't hurt them either. That's the thing. That's the thing that I think that's the important part to highlight here is it may seem like Sony sitting on these announcements would hurt them, and normally it would hurt them. Normally it would, but this is not a normal scenario. The scenario is the damage is being done whether Sony wants it to or not. It's complete. Jesus, that guy was flying. That guy's probably just got word that his PS5 in stock somewhere around here. I don't know if you guys heard that. Somebody just flew down my street. Holy shit, that guy had to have easily been going like 100 miles an hour. That's crazy. But that was Cloud, yeah. It was Cloud. Sounds like a wasp. Yeah, dude, that guy was like, oh shit, PS5's in stock at my local Best Buy. Josh, you're saying Sony should open up more, but definitely don't do what Microsoft does and announce games back in 2019 that still have no release dates and minimum gameplay years later. I agree. And that's why I'm saying I feel like this is kind of like it's a double-edged sword type of situation for Sony, because what I was just saying is that it's not Sony's choice whether they do the damage or not, right? This is out of their control. The shortage is doing damage to PlayStation, to the PS5, to PS5 sales, and to Sony's bottom line. As you can see, it's doing damage, and Sony can only do so much to mitigate that. Sony's at the mercy, just like everybody else, of time, and that's why I don't think them letting the hype die and choosing to hold these games back and not announce very many games is working for them, because what it ultimately means is that, well, it means two things. One, these games are going to have more time to get where they need to get, right? It's going to be less pressure on the devs to feel like they need something to show right now, and we don't have to worry. We don't have to settle for CG trailers, right? So there's that aspect. And the second aspect is it means that when Sony is feeling good again, like, okay, the damage is done, the shortage is pretty much almost over, we can start building up the hype again, they're going to have so much shit to show that it's going to, it's going to I don't think it's going to overwhelm, but I think it's going to make up, is what I mean to say. I think it's going to make up for the lack of new game announcements. There's going to be so much. Like, I still need to get this through people's heads, because I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think it's Sony being too bullish. I don't believe it. Sony says they plan to release 10 live service games between now and 2026. There's just no way. There's no way. There's no way. That 10 games, like, just releasing 10 games in general. And you know what's crazy is, like, that's not even counting the single player games that they have in development. Exactly. They said it themselves, 25 games in development, half of which are new IP. You know what? Let's go back to that for a second. See, I'm glad you brought that up. PS5, 25 games in development. Let me see. You ready for this? This was May 12th, 2021. May 12th, 2021. Over a year ago. Sony has over 25 PS5 games in development and says almost half are new IP. Former Guerrilla Games head Herman Holst, who currently serves as PlayStation Studios boss, revealed the figure in a new Wired feature. While Sony is known to be working on sequels including Forbidden West, God of War, Gran Turismo, Holst told the publication that nearly half of the first-party projects in development are entirely new IP. There's an incredible amount of variety originating from different regions, he said. Big, small, different genres. I think that the games that we make are as distinct and diverse as they can be, from Sackboy to Astrobot to Dreams to these kinds of games that they're referring to, like The Last of Us Part 2 and Ghost of Tsushima. And you can bet that we will carry on making these games because they are the heart and soul of what we do here at PlayStation Studios. But at the same time, we are just as committed to making these quality experiences as we are to experimentation and coming up with fresh ideas. So the thing I really want to focus on here is in May of 2021, Herman Holst says, we got 25 games in development, half of which are new IP. Okay. Flash forward to September of 2021, Sony has their showcase. How many new PlayStation exclusives were announced? Or that would be considered part of this 25 number. I can assume that KOTOR Remake is one of them, right? So KOTOR Remake and Spider-Man, Wolverine. God of War doesn't count because that was already announced. I guess maybe they could be counting God of War in that. I mean, dude, like, well, here's the thing. I got to be honest, too, with you guys. I'm not so much worried about the volume. Project Eve, yeah, I forgot about that. Stray. I think Sifu, Sifu. Yeah, true. Sifu wasn't out yet. I got to be honest with you. I'm not so much worried about the volume as much as I'm at this point in time. I'm just feeling that the time is coming soon for Sony to show some new shit. Like I don't know how else to word it. I don't know how else to frame it. I could word it in many different ways, but to just bring it down to the bottom line, we got The Last of Us Part 1 for anybody who wants it. We got God of War Ragnarok. God of War Ragnarok is going to be colossal. But the time is coming for Sony to show some new shit. That's what I want. That is what I want. Yes, I want Ragnarok as soon as I can get it. And I know that that's going to be an amazing game. I'm very confident in it. We got Forspoken in January. And yeah, I know about these games. And I'm super hyped for Final Fantasy. I'm super hyped for Spider-Man and absolutely Wolverine. But I know Sony's holding out on me here. And I'm not saying, and here's the thing I want to emphasize as well. I don't want to make it sound like that when Sony does reveal some new games that they're all going to be amazing. They might not be. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit nervous. I am. I'm nervous. And I'm going to tell you why I'm nervous. I'm nervous because I don't know what to expect with Sony's live service efforts. I don't know if Sony's going to reveal Twisted Metal and it's going to look like a fucking dumpster fire. You know what I mean? I want to feel good that it's not going to. And when I think about all of these different games that are in development at these studios, like, yeah, Bend is working on a new AAA IP. I don't think it's going to be a live service, right? But I want to see that. And I don't anticipate it's going to be bad. I want to see Guerrilla Games and their new multiplayer game. I'm going to assume it's going to be good. It might not be. Dude, Guerrilla Games could reveal a cartoonish Fortnite version of SOCOM. That could be what they do. I'm not hoping for that. I'm not anticipating that. I'm just saying it could be a thing, and that would suck so bad if it was. Like, I would be devastated. I think everybody would be devastated. But that's the thing, is it's just I whether it's for PSVR 2, and I'm going to be completely honest with you guys with this as well. And I think a lot of you guys share the sentiment with me here. It's no offense towards VR. It's not. Like, this is not a slight at VR. VR is going to have its time to shine, and I'm excited for it. But I want to see PS5 games. I want to see VR games, and we're going to see VR games. Like, it would be bizarre if we didn't. But I don't want Sony, like, my fear is that Sony does a showcase where it's like, here are just VR games. And that would be great for anybody who's excited for VR, but I want to see PS5 games too. You know? I want to see a mix of both. So, you know, it just feels like I guess maybe it's easy to kind of talk about this in such a, like, I don't mean to sound like entitled and I don't mean to sound like annoyed, but it just sucks right now, dude. Like, I'm not even going to pretend like it doesn't suck right now. Like, it's not even just because of my YouTube channel, right? It's not like, oh, I just want Sony to announce new stuff so I have things to talk about. It's not just that. It's, I'm ready, man. Like, I'm ready for Sony to show what you've got. It doesn't have to be everything, but I'm hopeful. I'm very much hopeful that if Sony does a showcase in September, it's going to be bigger than last year's. I feel like it has to be. It would be crazy if it wasn't. But yeah, the industry. I see somebody saying the industry is dry right now. It is. It's not even just. See, it's not even just that the industry is dry in the sense that there's nothing releasing. It's that another problem I think the industry is suffering from right now is so much shit is just the same shit, right? Like, not just play. I'm not really talking about I'm not talking necessarily about PlayStation. I mean, The Last of Us is technically the same shit, right? But I mean, it's like a lot of the games that come out, not all of them, but some of them just really kind of, they just feel like we've done this like 10 times now, you know? And that is, I will say, that is one reason why I am excited for VR2 is because I'm really hoping that with VR2 we will see some unique stuff, some different stuff. I just feel like things are at a very low point right now. And I don't mean to be such a downer. I'm not trying to be a downer. I look at these results, these financial results from Sony, and they say that, they have plans and they're planning to rectify this and they want their numbers to go up. Obviously, they don't want them to go down. And all I can think to myself is, all right, Sony, bring the heat, man. We know you have it. It's just a matter of when you're going to unleash it. So, but yeah, I'll close out this topic by simply saying, oh boy. Is it just me, or is it going to be an interesting time, an interesting discussion when Sony starts to reveal these live service games? I'm excited because I'll tell you right now, I'm just simply excited to see how it goes down, because I feel like one of two things is going to happen, man. I don't think there's going to be a middle ground. I think there's just going to be one of two things. I think Sony is going to either surprise people in a good way, like they're going to come out, they're going to show the games, they're going to have demos, they're going to have trailers, and people are like, oh shit, I'm not a big fan of live service games, but that's looking really good. It's either going to be that, or it's going to be, oh shit, what are you doing? This looks horrendous. And I feel like that's it. I feel like that's the way it's going to go. And this will be Jim Ryan's legacy at PlayStation, man. This is either going to be the thing that Jim Ryan is like, he is the god of PlayStation in the eyes of Sony, because he's like, Jim Ryan ushered in the games as a service, and we're rolling in more money than we ever have in the history of the PlayStation brand. Or it's going to be like, Jim, what did you do to the PlayStation brand? Get out right now, And that moment is coming soon, man. One last thing I'm going to leave you guys with. Here's some food for thought. Surely we can all agree that Sony is well aware, right? They're not stupid. Jim Ryan, Herman Hulst, everybody else that works there, they're not stupid. We can all agree that they are aware of the disdain and the struggle that they're probably going to face, that they are facing right now with the announcement of games as a service. They are aware of this. Now, the reason why I'm putting emphasis on this is because I have a feeling that whenever Sony has another showcase, let's just say again it's September, that's where we're going to see the first 1 or 2 live service games revealed. And when they are, I just thought to myself, surely Sony wants to put the best foot forward, right? Like, surely Sony is thinking, if we're going to be successful in this live service endeavor, and we don't want PlayStation fans, we don't want our fan base to be upset, we don't want to anger them, we don't want to disappoint them, then I have to imagine they are very much thinking critically about what are the first live service games we're going to announce. Now, maybe I'm giving Sony too much credit here, and we know that development timelines are different, but I guess I'm just trying to say that I would expect that the first live service game we see announced formally by Sony is going to look pretty damn good, because it has to, right? You don't come out and say, our future is not subscription services, our future is live service games in terms of, growing that alongside single player games. Then, dude, that's not what your audience is asking for. I'll tell you right now, I've seen so much pushback from the PlayStation community with this live service stuff. It's not what the core PlayStation community wants. And so the only way Sony, in my opinion, is going to succeed here is they're going to have to win the core PlayStation community over. Because if you can't win the core PlayStation community over with your live service game, it's never going to take off. In fact, I would go as far to say that the PlayStation community will destroy it before it even has a chance. They'll eat it alive, you know? And that's where I feel like this is where if Jim Ryan does not respect the core PlayStation community and says, well, we don't care. We're looking to grow. And we're looking to have success. That's the thing. Exactly. These games are going to have to speak for themselves, but I'm telling you, it's going to be critical to win over not all of the core PlayStation community, but a portion. So whatever they show first, it's going to have to look damn good. And in a way, it gets me a little bit excited. Deviation Games and Factions 2 for sure. Yeah, I'm excited for those games, man. I want to see. I want to see what they look like. Yeah, you want a drink here? We'll move on to the next topic. It's a little awkward to drink from. Chunky. All right. Yeah, and that's it. I just want to say this too before moving on, because I see somebody in the chat. They're saying that, you know, PlayStation has to expand. They have to do something to expand. You don't mind it. I don't mind either. I don't mind as long as if the shit hits the fan, I hope Sony realizes like just leave it alone. Try again later. You know, don't force it, is what I'm saying. It has to happen naturally. And I think the only way it happens naturally is deliver a great product, deliver great content, and the people will come, man, to the platform. That's how it'll work. All right. So the next topic I want to talk about, and this should be a fun one. We got two main topics I still want to talk about. What do you guys want to talk about first? I want to ask you the two main topics because I have a lot more to say about them, or more I do want to say. Rashdom V2, you're saying the core PlayStation community is small compared to casuals, and that's true. That's true, Rashdom, and this is where I'm saying we will not go silently into the night. I'm telling you. I saw it happen with Xbox, man. I saw it happen. And I'm just saying, man, like the PlayStation community, based off of my time here, is different. The PlayStation community is not going to let that shit happen. But I do worry. Because you are right, man. We are outnumbered. And all I'm saying is if, like, you know what? I want to ask this one question before I move on to the next topic, because I think this is a fascinating question to ask. I want to ask you this. This is really for like PlayStation. I mean, I'm assuming all of you guys here are PlayStation fans, but really for those who are, it's for all of you. I'll just leave it at that. How would you feel? So let's use Fortnite. I'm going to use Fortnite. Fortnite was never meant to be the success that it is today. Fortnite became the success through luck. It was luck. Fortnite was actually just supposed to be a one-off game that was, it was a survival game practically, right? Like a co-op survival game. And it morphed into what it is today because they made a battle royale game mode and it fucking exploded. Fortnite, it was a tower defense game. That's what I meant. It exploded, dude. Like, literally no one even expected any of that. You're saying it's not luck, it resonated. Well, that's true. I guess I just mean it was luck in the sense that they didn't they had no idea. They were not trying to they would have never thought in a million years Fortnite would become what it did in terms of success based off of that. I think it was just an idea where they're like, let's do this. And you're saying it copied PUBG. That's true. And PUBG is interesting as well. And I like PUBG. I still play PUBG. Great game. Same thing with PUBG. PUBG exploded because it did something different, and then Fortnite kind of copied that, but they had their own twist on it, and it seemingly overshadowed PUBG. And I'll tell you why Fortnite overshadowed PUBG, and I can confirm this as a PUBG player, a longtime PUBG player. It's because PUBG is not casual whatsoever. PUBG is the opposite. Like PUBG is like, you're either going to get good or you're not, and you're going to suck ass and you're going to hate the game. Fortnite is like the opposite. Fortnite is, we want everybody to play. I think that's why it overshadowed it. But here's, I'm getting way off course here. I wanted to ask you guys, how would you feel if it wasn't Epic Games that created Fortnite, but it was Sony? What if Fortnite was a PlayStation exclusive, technically, where like the only platform it didn't release on was maybe Xbox, or screw it, maybe Sony said we don't care, we're putting it everywhere. But the point is, it was a PlayStation Studios game. How would you feel about that? I see. Oh my God, man! This freaking. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Devil Shooter. Now, I suspect that me and you, most of us, feel the same way, where we probably still wouldn't care for the game. I don't think it would necessarily change our opinions of the game for those of us who don't care about it, or for those of us who are indifferent to it. But here's the question I have to ask. If it was Sony that made Fortnite, would Sony be the same? Or would they change? What if Sony was the one who owned Grand Theft Auto Online? See, I'm going to be real with you guys, and then I'm going to move on to the next topic. I am so torn with Sony's pursuit of live service games because, believe it or not, this super chat from Rashdam saying the core PlayStation community is small compared to the casuals. It's true. And Jim Ryan, his sights are set on the casual audience, unfortunately. He is not trying to win over the core PlayStation fan. And he's not, I don't think, concerned if the core PlayStation fan wants to play their live service games. I mean, I think he is to a degree. Like, obviously, they need some fans that, like, that's, I mean, they're using The Last of Us, right? They're going to be doing Twisted Metal. This is going to appeal to the core PlayStation fan to a degree. But I just get so worried that this is like a Trojan horse situation where I am going to see a game like The Last of Us Factions. I'm going to be like, yes, come on in. This is it. This looks great. I can't wait to play it. And then Sony's like, yes, that's it. Yes, you like the service games. And then I think, I'm just worried that the sharp left turn hasn't happened yet. I feel like PlayStation fans right now feel that Sony already made the sharp left turn. I don't think so. I know that they feel that the sharp left turn came in the form of Sony announcing 10 live service games. I'm actually thinking even longer term than that, where it's like, what if Sony is essentially going to try to, I don't know, they're gonna introduce these live service games where, hey, we're gonna use properties that you know and love and care about right now, where we're gonna do The Last of Us, we're gonna do Twisted Metal, maybe we'll do SOCOM, and they do okay. None of them really skyrocket, but then we're gonna start seeing the weird shit start to happen after that, where it's like, all right, now the gloves are being put on. We're making our Fortnite clone. You know, we're making our GTA Online. Well, I don't know. A GTA clone from Sony wouldn't be bad, but a GTA Online clone might be. I'm really going in a strange direction with this, but I'm thinking so much about this because it's right around the corner, guys. I know we're all hyped for God of War Ragnarok, but I'm also thinking like I want to know what's going to happen. I want to know how this is going to play out because things are going to change pretty dramatically, you know. And that is the biggest thing of all here is that you're right, Rashdam. We are small compared to the casual. And Apex says, but casuals don't spend the most money on them. And that's the problem though, man, is that it's, you know, when you see Sony kind of in a position where they're like, you know, that Sony's charging $70 for games and they're still reporting losses here, you know, to a degree. Not like, I mean, again, they're reporting these losses in a month where they didn't really release much, but I guess I'm just trying to say that it's pretty clear that Sony I don't know if they need more. I guess maybe they need more for game development costs rising and just the cost of everything in general rising. Everybody needs more. And I guess Sony isn't immune to that, but I think that the concern is like, is it that you need more or you just really want more? Because I don't know, man. I just really kind of get in this mode of this. I become antsy and not anxiety necessarily. It's a bit much. I don't necessarily get anxiety, but I get antsy because I want to know, like, dude, how is this shit gonna go down? Like, is this gonna be the worst thing that ever happens to PlayStation? Because I read a lot of what people have to say about this, and I listen to my community talk about live service games, and I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of doom and gloom, and sometimes I start to feel like, am I out of pocket here? Because I try to be more optimistic. But I can be naive sometimes, where like I don't want to be optimistic in a situation where there's literally no reason to be optimistic. When it's like, no, dude, this is like the harbinger of doom here, bro. Like this is the reckoning, and I'm like, wait, what is it? Are you sure? And where the reality starts to set in is when I begin to realize how there are so few live service games that I actually think are good, and more importantly, that I like really care about. And that's what makes me nervous because I'm like, oh shit, you know, like. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. MBG, why get down about something you can't control? It's a good point. I can't control it. See, I think you're overreacting. Sony aren't going to stop doing single player. And that's the thing, is that I don't think they're going to stop single player. There's no indication that they will. In fact, I've said it many times before. It would be the single most devastating thing PlayStation could ever do to their brand. And I believe this wholeheartedly. The single most devastating thing they could do is not live service games. It's not caring about microtransactions and multiplayer. It's not, you know, caring about making a digital future only. It would be the day they decide we're just going to stop making single player games. Now, I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't. That sounds ludicrous to me, right? Like that, there's no way. But that would be, like, to me, that would be the end of PlayStation. But it's just, I think what makes people so nervous, like, dude, we're going to talk about GTA 6 next. I've decided we're going to talk about GTA 6 because I think it's a better segue. I've seen people based off of the new GTA 6 report. Now, the new GTA 6 report claims that there's going to be, like, the report from Jason Schreier did not explicitly confirm there's a single player. I want to make that clear. It was not explicitly confirmed. Instead, it was inferred and implied that there's a single player aspect with a female protagonist. But more importantly, in the report, it said that they plan to expand the game, the city with new areas, new missions, etc. And I'm like, guys, are you not picking up what is being put down right now? That sounds like fucking GTA Online, people. And I think people were like, no, man, like, no. I actually saw people saying, no, I think this is going to be, it's going to be a continuation of the single player. And I'm like, why the fuck would you think that? You know, like, I'm not trying to be negative, but what gives you that indication? The only thing Rockstar has ever done is cancel single player expansions in favor of GTA Online content. And this is where I'm like, I see somebody asking, MVG, are you Italian or Hispanic? I'm Italian. But this is where I think to myself, like, this is the ultimate fucking fear here, people. Like, we're actually watching it happen in front of us. Now, granted, people said I was insane. They said I was insane when I said, guys, what if there isn't a traditional single player in GTA 6? And I see Astro Cyborg saying it's a reach, and I'm going to read these super chats in just a second, but what if it's more like, you know, there is going to be a single player, but it's going to be pretty short. It's going to be pretty small. It's going to be pretty tame, because once we're done that single player, it's all about that online, baby. You know, it's all about that GTA Online money. And it's like, here's the real important thing that I need to highlight here. You're saying Rockstar don't do small campaigns? Let's get something clear here, dude. If there's one thing that this new report for GTA 6 confirmed, is Rockstar is not the same Rockstar that released Red Dead Redemption 2 or GTA 5. They're not the same. For better or for worse, they are not the same. I remember when Dan Houser left, people were like, what the fuck? Dan Houser's gone? Yes, Dan Houser's gone. Leslie Benzies has been gone. Laszlo is gone, man. All these dudes are gone. And you're talking about, these are the core people, even though apparently they facilitated a toxic work environment, which I'm not advocating for that. But make no mistake, these are the people who made Grand Theft Auto what it is, who made games like Max Payne 3 and Bully and others. They're gone, dude. They have nothing to do with GTA 6. And the one thing that Jason Schreier's article made clear is that this was a forceful change. Like, these dudes got kicked out, man. They got ousted. And look at what's about to happen to GTA 6. Look at what's about to happen, man. I don't know. God, this is so fucking annoying. Thank you, Devil Shooter. I appreciate your anybody who's, you know, anybody who's helping out with those bots. Thank you. God, so annoying. Let me read this real quick. How to speedrun. You're saying the difference for your question is whether Sony becomes Konami, EA after this, or Nintendo, who still are loyal to single player. And that's the thing, is like, we don't know, man. I mean, look, Herman Holst said in that interview that I just read that they'll always do what they do because that's the heart of PlayStation. And I want to believe you, Herman. I do. And I do believe you, but it's just hard to fully believe that when we see what happens. I hate to say it, man, but games as a service, again, I'm going to give them a chance no matter what. Like, I'm going to cover them. I'm going to talk about them when they're announced, and I'm going to give my opinion on them. But I cannot deny games as a service, in a way, it's corrupted the industry to a degree, man. It's like destroyed certain aspects of it to a degree in which it's like, what the fuck is happening, man? And unfortunately, that's because games as a service, the ones that were successful and are successful, yeah, they're made for the fucking casual market, man. And this is always what I feared, where I don't mind the casual market, and I am totally okay with the casual market wanting to interact with video games and consoles and all that stuff and PC, and that's fine. But it's like when they become the ones that make up the bulk of the success, then they're going to be the ones that get the most attention. You're saying actually games as a service made the industry bigger, but that's the question. Is bigger always better? I don't know. Like, I don't like, does it matter how massive and sprawling GTA 6 is if it's being created with the intention of this is about those shark cards? This is about those shark cards. You know? I don't know. Like, I don't know. And that's the fear, is it's like, I know I'm sounding really doom and gloom, and I'm going to reel it in a little bit here, only because I do want to talk more in depth about this GTA report, because it's very fascinating to me. But I feel as though we are, you know, I don't know. I feel like we are on the cusp of a big potential change. Games as a service is bigger because it's introduced the casual gamers into the industry, thus has made games more accessible, requiring less skill, lower difficulty levels, etc. Don't want to piss off the casuals. And that's the thing, is like, I don't want to make it sound like I'm completely against the casual gamer, because I'm actually not. I'm not completely against the casual gamer, because to a certain degree, especially as I get older, like, I notice I'm becoming a little bit more casual in some ways, right? And I feel like that's normal. And I don't want everything to be hyper extreme either. I just want that. I guess all I mean to say is I want to see a good middle ground. I like multiplayer. I like a challenge in games. I like easier games sometimes. I like the diversity. I like the variety. And that's the one thing that gives me hope with listening to what Herman Holst has to say, is Herman is saying, like, we care about variety. We care about, you know, diversity and having different, different experiences. And that gives me hope that's like, okay, good. I hope that's true, and it stays that way no matter how successful some of your games may be, because, you know, it would just be a really... I just want to say this, and then I'm really going to dive into the GTA topic, because this is food for thought. And I'm not saying this. This is objective. This is objective. This is not an opinion. This is just a fact, okay? The fact of the matter is this with PlayStation. Single-player, story-driven games are what facilitated PlayStation's growth and allowed them to get to the point where they are. Not just single-player, third-party, multi-platform games, and third-party, multi-platform live service games. These two things together are what brought Sony to the top, PlayStation to their peak. Now here's where it gets interesting. If you're Sony, and this is where I'm even though I'm being very doom and gloom, this is where I think we can actually derive a positive from this. If I'm Sony and I'm looking at the facts, and the fact is, I look to the left here and I see these are all our games from our studios. These are the sales that these games make. This is how much money these games make, and these are how many units, PlayStation units, they've sold. And they're all single player, story driven. Not a one of them is multiplayer. Not a one of them can even remotely be considered a game as a service. And then I look to the right and I say, these are all the games that make us a shit ton of money on our platform. Alongside that, we make none of them. Think about that. We make none of them. We didn't make Fortnite. We didn't make Apex Legends. We didn't make GTA Online. But yet these games rake in so much money for us. So what if we take what we have on this side and we just keep that the way it is, because it's working and it sells units, it makes us a lot of money, and our fans like it. We'll take that, and what we want to do is we want to slowly start to inject underneath GTA Online as one of our cash cows, The Last of Us multiplayer. And then underneath that, we have Fortnite, another cash cow. Underneath that, let's get Twisted Metal, right? Then underneath that, we got Apex Legends. Well, technically, Destiny is owned by Sony now. There's stuff like that. And then underneath that, we want to have SOCOM. You see, this is where I'm trying to be optimistic and positive, where it's like, it just seems to me that Sony looks at the charts. They see that, holy shit, these games make a boatload of money. And that's the thing, is Sony's making a boatload of money off of these microtransactions, off of these games. But Sony doesn't own these games. Sony's only getting a small cut from these games. So it just makes sense that they would decide to say, you know what? Let's get a piece of that pie ourselves. Why not? If we can dominate this section of gaming and we peaked here, well, what do we do next? You know? That's kind of how I look at it. And I'm hoping that that's all it is. And it's not, you know, as Sony gets more and more of these games in the right-hand games as a service column that are successful moneymakers for them, that they're not slowly, you know, pushing away the games on the left-hand side of the column that are single-player story-driven. So that's, again, the fact I was trying to say, or the point I was trying to make here, is that fact, single-player games are a literal half of the reason, more than half of the reason why PlayStation is where they are today. And you would have to be, frankly, a fucking moron to think that you can continue, that PlayStation can continue to be as successful as it is without them. And that's it. That's what I wanted to say. All right, let me get to these super chats and we'll move on to GTA. Where are we? Holy shit, I'm almost at the 3.5 hour mark at the podcast. Definitely lost track of time here. Rashdan B2, you're saying those 120 million PS4s sold weren't all the PlayStation core fan base. A good bit are casuals that only play 2K, Fortnite, GTA, and COD and nothing else. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, again, it kind of reiterates, like, well, of course, this is why Sony would want to get a piece of that pie, because they're seeing it on their own platform. And so they just think, well, why can't that be one of our games? So they can make all the money, you know? I mean, I'll be honest, if I was Sony, I would do it too. If you're talking about making money, it's like, I don't want to just settle for getting a 15% cut or 30% cut, whatever it is, from Fortnite and from, you know, from GTA Online. I want to get 100% of the cut with my own game. You see? Like, it makes sense. I think any business person would want to do that. But I think, again, it's just the fears, like seeing what happens to other companies that find the success. It's nerve-wracking. Figuratively literal, you're saying your fears are definitely justified, but despite the size of the core fan base, the core fan base are far more loyal than ephemeral casual. I didn't recognize that word for a second. Ephemeral casual market. And I think / hope Sony still see the value in that. But looking smart, MBG. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's my hope too, is like, that's why I said, I didn't mean to be so harsh about it, but I really do like believe you'd have to be kind of a moron, right? Like Jim Ryan would have to be a moron, and I don't think he's a moron to think that like you can just basically say we don't need the core fan base, we don't need these single player games. There's no way. Like objectively speaking, you couldn't say that without seeming like an idiot, because it's just not true. I guess I'm just trying to say, I hope that the hardcore gamer, the hardcore PlayStation fan, and the casual PlayStation gamer can coexist peacefully. And I think we can. Brian C23 is saying, what do you think about multiverses? I actually didn't play it yet. I'm going to be honest, I don't have much interest in it. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people talking about it, and I've heard it's really good, but it's just not appealing to me for some reason. I don't know. I'm not really seeing the appeal, but I heard it's really good. Maybe I'll give it a try at some point. Maybe. We'll see. I had a friend who was talking to me about it. Said it was pretty good. Cathedra, you're saying not interested in live service games that don't end. By the way, I got Sifu because of your praises and got the platinum. Great game. Hope you're doing well. I'm happy to hear that, man. Always happy to hear that. I'm glad you enjoyed the game, and I am doing well. I think everybody here hopefully is doing well too. Yeah, dude, Sifu's an awesome game. Congrats on the platinum. Definitely not an easy platinum. Thank you for the super chat. Josh, you're saying Loki is the best of Phase 4. Kang giving me chills. Yeah, dude, I just finished Loki not that long ago. I'm on Shang-Chi now. Really enjoying Shang-Chi. Dude, Loki was great. I really enjoyed it. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, Kang, man. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me if you could be so kind. How to speedrun, you're saying, I believe Sony will do both live service and single player together like Nintendo. Those single player games are the core of their brand. Does Nintendo have a lot of live service games? I'm not familiar. That's interesting if they do. It'd be kind of surprising to me because I feel like I'm kind of out of the loop there. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying there's still a lot of yet unannounced single player games. That's true. That's true too. Yeah. I know sometimes, see, I want to make one thing clear here, and this is going to be extremely important for me to make clear before I move on to touching on GTA 6 right now, is I talk sometimes about these other publishers, like I talk about Rockstar, EA, Take-Two Interactive, and these development teams and stuff, and I don't want to mix them in with PlayStation, because if there's one thing I want to make clear is PlayStation is not that. PlayStation is not EA. PlayStation is not Rockstar. PlayStation is not Take-Two Interactive. PlayStation is not, any of these publishers or these studios. They're PlayStation. They're their own thing. They've carved out, like, they don't follow necessarily. You know what I mean? And maybe that's me sounding a bit too optimistic, but it's just true. Like, Rockstar isn't the one. Yeah, Rockstar delivered Red Dead Redemption 2, but what else did they deliver in the past, 10 years? Rockstar wasn't the one who delivered The Last of Us, who delivered Horizon, who delivered Ghost of Tsushima, who delivered Days Gone, right? Who delivered these amazing games. Rockstar did deliver Red Dead 2, but what else did they deliver? Same thing with EA. What has EA delivered? I'm talking single player, of course. I guess what I'm trying to say is in this market, in the past 10 years, I mean, yeah, they delivered Bully, and has it been 10? When did Max Payne 3 come out? I feel like it's been beyond 10 years, right? But, this is where it's just, I guess I'm trying to say, from my perspective and from what I can see with Sony doesn't follow, they lead. They may, take notes and make observations and think, well, maybe we should try this as well. But when they do their own thing, man. I'm pretty sure LA Noire wasn't that like a 2008 game? And that's the thing, is you think you would see something like LA Noire from Rockstar now? Yeah, right. And then Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, oh, sorry, I read that already. Okay, I'm caught up with super chats now. All right. So I just wanted to make that distinction before we move on to talking about GTA. Now let's talk about GTA because, oh man, there's some interesting stuff to dig into here. I've been excited to talk about this. The first details of Grand Theft Auto 6 have been revealed through a Bloomberg report. The game is expected to release within the next 2 years. It will feature a female protagonist, a Latina protagonist, will have more interior locations, and will presumably be set in Vice City, or, they're saying it's the area they're describing, it pretty much sounds like we're going back to Vice City. The game will receive more areas and missions and updates over time, and the map will continue to expand. But most interestingly, Rockstar will no longer be making jokes at the expense of marginalized groups and will seemingly tone down the type of humor the GTA series is known for better or for worse. Now, I think there's a lot to unpack here, okay? I know, you're saying this is only a rumor, but I'm going to be honest, this seems legitimate. Like, this seems very believable. I think it would be very surprising if this turned out not to be true. I mean, look, I know not everybody likes Jason Schreier, but I think the one thing we can objectively agree on is he is one of the most reliable sources in the industry. So, you know, I don't think he would put a report out like this on GTA 6 if he wasn't fairly certain that, you know, this, I see somebody say, Kavono, you're saying, what a stressful podcast. Sorry, bro. I'm not trying to stress you out. No, don't worry, man. We're just getting in the nitty gritty here. In the bigger picture, I don't think much of this shit. I don't mean to like downplay it so much, but it's like in the bigger picture, you know, it's just games. It's just games, man. The Nerdy Giant says, I hope the live service games are more MMO open world building and storage instead of PvP battle royale stuff. See, well, that's the thing is I think they're going to have a variety of both, man. If you look at job listings and you look at the stuff that they're making, they're doing some competitive stuff. They're doing open world, like MMO like stuff. They're doing fantasy stuff. They're doing grounded stuff with The Last of Us. So from that perspective, the variety, I think there's going to be quite a bit of variety. They're doing Twisted Metal, and I like that. I think that's a good thing, you know? Overall, you know, whether you like service or not, I think it's always good to have variety. So yeah, so the first thing here is, you know, the female protagonist thing. All right. Listen. I saw a meme last night. I saw this meme. And, you know, occasionally I'll come across these random meme videos and I'm like, you know, I'm feeling pretty brain dead at the moment. I'll just throw on a meme video and just laugh for a couple minutes, see some funny shit, random shit. Now, I have a point I'm going to make here. There was this meme that came up that actually, it wasn't even funny because it was just super fascinating. This dude dressed up like a Spaniard. He had the big sombrero. He had a taped on mustache and a poncho. Now, I don't know, maybe it seemed like it was from something else. And he went around I don't know where he was. Like, maybe he was in California. And he had a mic and he kept going up. He went up to white Americans, and asked them, does my outfit offend you? And every person he interviewed was like, yes, it does offend me. That's cultural appropriation, and that's not right. And they were just going on and on and on. And then he literally went to, I think, I don't know if it was actually in Mexico, but he went somewhere where there are just, it's where Spanish people live. And he went up to them and asked them the same question. And literally not a single person said they were offended. They all said that it's actually pretty cool. And they just don't care. And it was the funniest shit ever because it totally pointed out something that is so fucking true today. It's exactly what I was alluding to earlier. The fucking illusion. People make shit up. It's not real. Like, no one's fucking offended. At least not how you would think they are. Like, normal people are not offended, and normal fucking people don't care. And that 1% that has a stick up their ass about something, they're the ones you hear because they're busy crying. They're crying and they're screaming and they're kicking and they're screaming, and everybody is looking at them, and suddenly they're the center of attention, and suddenly they're the be all end all. Well, this one person's upset. So clearly, and I fucking am bringing this up because no one fucking cares. No one fucking cares that there is a female protagonist in GTA. Do you know what's going on right now? There are people, trolls, whatever you want to call them, the fucking less than 1%. The people who are literally trying to just cause problems. Like one person, one fucking nobody replies to an IGN article and says, ew, a female protagonist. Guess I'm not buying GTA 6. And oh man, everybody and their fucking mother has to start talking about how, wow, I'm so disappointed and they're people can't handle a female protagonist and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, shut up. No one fucking cares. Literally no one. And by you claiming that people have a problem with it, by you trying to make the gaming fucking industry and gamers, by making gamers seem like sexist, you are highlighting that less than 1%. Congratulations. You are the one giving them the attention. And in a way, you're the fucking problem. Not you guys, but you know what I'm talking about. And I'm just saying this because it's like, it's true, man. Literally, no one cares that there's a female protagonist in GTA. Do you want to know what people care about? MBG, no, MBG, you mean Latinos, not Spanish people, or from Spain, not Latin America. Okay, yeah, I apologize. That's true. See, I know what I'm talking about. Clearly not. But look, I'm just trying to say that if there are people who are upset with this report from GTA, it's not because of a female protagonist. It's either one of two things. People are worried that Rockstar, because again, the article did not explicitly state, people are worried that GTA Online is going to be much more of a priority, and the single player might be scaled down and take a back seat. But more importantly, if people are fucking annoyed about this report from GTA and shit talking Rockstar, it's likely because Rockstar is basically, I mean, they haven't confirmed it, but we've been kind of seeing it happen by the ousting of some of these individuals. They are not going to make the type of jokes that they used to make. They're not going to make those types of jokes. And here's the thing. It's like, you may get some people that are like, oh, this is good, right? Like, I'm not here to say whether it's good or bad because it doesn't matter. That's not what matters. What matters is GTA is what it is for a reason, and you're going to remove that reason. Now, if you remove that reason and say, well, this isn't right, and this is wrong, and this is offensive, it's like, so the fuck what? Like, so the fuck what? Anything can be offensive if you want to be offended by it. You know? Like, but that's the thing is, like, you're removing the essence of what Grand Theft Auto is if you are basically going to say, we're not making the jokes at other people's expense anymore, and we're not punching down at marginalized groups. And it's like, I'm not necessarily encouraging that, but it's just like, that's what your game is. Right? Like, that's what your game is. That's the essence of Grand Theft Auto. That's what people want from Grand Theft Auto. People do not want political fucking correctness in Grand Theft Auto. But hey, it is just a report. And I'm just getting so worked up because, you know what? I'm going to be honest. Shut up, MBG. How many jokes do you remember from GTA 5? Dude, look, I'm not going to sit here and claim I memorized specific jokes, but I played every GTA since 3, and I can tell you, man, like, it's going to be a different game. If that's what I'm not saying it's going to be any less of it. Like, the game can still be good. I'm not saying that GTA can't be good without offensive jokes. I'm not saying that. It could still be a good game, but it's just the neutering of that is just so, like, why? Like, why? Like, what is? So here's what I want to know. As my hat hits my mic, here's what I want to know. Is the direction that Rockstar is going to take with GTA 6 going to be, like, dead serious? Because I have to admit, I would be fascinated in that. That would not be what GTA is. That would be a very different GTA. But I would be fascinated to see how that would turn out. Because I actually kind of do think that if they chose to go, like, this is going to be like a dramatic, dead serious story, okay, that could work. Like, I actually do think, hyper realistic graphics, a city, depending on which direction you go in the story, I think that could work. But I don't know, man. I just think it's understandable. I don't mean that. I know I'm, like, ranting and yelling, but cooling down a little bit, I think it's completely understandable that people who were excited for GTA 6 reading that, this is the type of change they're making to the game, and they're essentially changing its DNA, and they're extracting something that's part of its DNA, and it's no longer going to be there. I think it's understandable why people would be upset, why fans would be upset, And that's true. Apparently, GTA 4 had a serious story, relatively serious, but I feel like if they take a serious route with GTA 6, it could be Mr. Spooky. You're saying every GTA has a serious story. Well, that's true. I guess I just mean like a serious tone in which that tone is never broken. Because, like, think about the radio stations and stuff and the talk shows. Like, I mean, that's where, like, you would get a lot of the offensive stuff and some of the funniest stuff too, honestly. And it's like, is that, what do you get? I feel like your only option is to just don't try to replace it, just remove it. Because if you try to replace it, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe the stuff's just not going to be as funny as it once was. And it's just going to seem a little, like, kind of cringe or out of place. I don't know, man. I just, I'm gonna sum this up for you, though, okay? I'm gonna sum this up for you. Oh, you know what? Real quick, too. Can we talk about Trevor from GTA 5? Trevor is a character, like, a character like him, I don't think could exist in GTA 6, right? Like, how could a character like that even remotely exist? And most people would say that he was the most interesting character because he was the funniest, the craziest, and he just added that flat. Like, would GTA 5 be its story? Would it be as good if Trevor wasn't part of it? To me, it feels like it'd probably be pretty average, maybe kind of boring, right? Maybe not boring, but it would be pretty average. Dude, Trevor was awesome. I mean, I think that some of the shit they did was just crazy, but that's what made it fun, dude. His character was just off the wall and you never knew what to expect. And if anything, I'd say his character is what made the story of GTA 5 so memorable and added a very significant dynamic that just apparently, if they're not willing to make those types of jokes anymore or be that extreme in GTA 6, I don't think a character like that could exist, and I don't know. I think it's a step back is all I'm trying to say. Like, I fear that it's going to be a step back. And you know how I think they're going to get away with it, guys? I'm going to tell you this. I think the way that Rockstar is going to get away with this, and it's going to kind of go relatively unnoticed, is because I just have this lingering feeling, and I hope I'm wrong, I'm going to be honest. I hope I'm wrong, but I had this lingering feeling that the story of GTA 6 is going to be pretty irrelevant. I think it's going to be small. I think it's going to be short. I think it's going to be tame. And I think it's going to be to facilitate the shining of GTA Online. Like, I think it's just going to be to get people to buy the game. Like, there's no way that Rockstar says, hey, we're not going to have a single player, because they wouldn't risk that. They know that a lot of people bought GTA 5 for the story, and they feel like they're going to need the single player. But I'm telling you, I think it's just going to be to rope people in. I do. I don't know that it's going to matter as much. I could be wrong. And I know that people are like, dude, you can't say that. Look at Red Dead 2. Let's be honest, guys. Rockstar didn't make Red Dead 2 with the intent of, Red Dead Online is going to be the next big thing and it's going to take over GTA Online. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of the talent that was responsible for Red Dead 2 is no longer there at Rockstar. And I remember when Dan Houser left, and Laszlo, these are writers, Laszlo and Dan Houser, they are writers of these games. I remember people were saying like, oh, this is bad news. Maybe they got fired or they got kicked out. And maybe they did. But I also remember some people saying, or maybe they just didn't have work. Maybe because they're going with a more online focused, there's just not really much room. Like, think about how much time will have gone by between Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 6. And if GTA 6 is a very micro story and a very small story, very self-contained, we heard reports about that earlier too, where like to avoid crunch, they're trying to pull back on how much they plan to have it launch. Look, maybe I'm being too much of a downer, but I don't trust Rockstar. I don't trust Take-Two Interactive, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I think is going on here. What I think is happening is I think you are seeing it's the Trojan horse, man. I think this story of GTA 6 is going to be, they're going to hype it up. They know they're going to be able to coast on come on, guys. They're going to be able to coast on GTA's name alone. The truth is they could do the bare minimum and they're fine. They know that. Like, Take-Two knows this, dude. You're saying Laszlo and Dan Houser didn't want to wake up, so they kicked them out. I mean, it could be that, yeah. Like, it sounds like there were a lot of cultural issues, and that was part of it, and they could have been part of that. But I just feel like, to me, and again, I want it to be understood. I hope to be proven wrong, but to me, this sounds like the Trojan horse of, we just need people to get into the next incarnation of GTA Online, and we're going to hype you up with this GTA 6 story. And that brings me to my final point here, which is nothing I'm saying here really matters. And nothing that anybody's saying about GTA matters right now. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because GTA 6 can be literally anything. And it wins. You hear? Like, you want to talk about zooming out? Now that I'm done giving my opinion and my thoughts, I'm going to zoom out and I'm going to give you a more objective, more unbiased. It doesn't matter what GTA 6 is. It's going to break records and it's going to dominate. Whether it has a single player, whether it doesn't have a single player, whether GTA Online. You know what? Hold on. Let me take care of this. God, that is fucking irritating. Shitty bots. But that's the thing is, like, you're saying it's MVG, it's the glasses, they're attracting all these bots. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's true, they didn't start showing up until I put my glasses on. Orange, you're saying The Last of Us Remake is 30% off in all stores here in Poland. Hope. Wouldn't that be crazy? What if Sony did lower the price of The Last of Us Part 1? Do you think that would be a great PR move? Would it not? Would it not be a great PR move if Sony was like, we heard you? Because people would still be unhappy. They'd be like, this should have never been made. And it's like, okay. Like if it was too expensive last week, then it shouldn't have been made this week. And that's the problem, is like, those are the extremists, man. So you can't give them much attention. But getting back to GTA, that's the final point I'm trying to make here, is that I can tell you for a fact that when the first GTA 6 trailer drops, guys, it doesn't matter. It does not matter what they choose to do. It's done. It's already been written. It's already been written, and it will be done. And it's going to be a mega success. It's going to be the biggest game of the generation. And GTA Online will remain a juggernaut and one of the most successful live service games of all time. That's just a fact, man. There's no stopping that. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty depressing way to end the topic, because I know I was so passionate about some of the stuff I had to say, but it's like I've seen so many people be like, I'm not buying GTA 6. Like, they don't care about you and your money, because for every one person that makes the declaration online, I'm not buying GTA 6, there's literally going to be 1,000 people that are. For every one person that says I'm not buying it, there's 1,000, probably more than that, people that are going to buy it. And I guess my only hope is knowing that all of the power lies in the Grand Theft Auto name, knowing that they can do anything they want with Grand Theft Auto, and it will decimate records. I will hope that it's good, that it feels like a proper GTA game and a proper leap forward. And I think, I'm going to be honest, like, I don't really care too much about the story of GTA, truthfully, because the thing, like, I feel like I have played GTA for the stories, of course, but the thing I'm actually most interested in, and believe it or not, the thing that really caught my eye with this article, is the fact that apparently one of the ways they're planning to like really kind of expand this game and make it a feel like a next gen GTA is they're going to have a way more interior locations. Oh, for the love of now they're just trolling. Christ. Is it, you know what? Let's see. Let's test it out. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, my eyes are still getting used to wearing glasses, and Jesus. You really don't know how much you need glasses until you take the glasses off. Let's see. If it comes back, then we'll know. We'll know it's we'll know it's not the glasses. Yeah, that's what's weird, man. You're saying, but if you have 20/20 vision, why do you need glasses? I was a little confused with the doctor. They were like, you technically still. I think it's because they said, like, when your eyes adjust, I think my right eye is basically working overtime, and my left eye is not doing shit. But my right eye's vision is still so good that it's kind of making up, and it can essentially give me 20/20 vision, but it's coming at the cost of, like, my eye having to work extra hard. And so it can lead to like headaches and, just tired eyes and shit. So, but what do you guys think about GTA 6? I at this point, I practically feel indifferent towards it. I don't know that my excitement for GTA 6 is that high, because the reality is I wear an eye patch. Yeah, I guess I could try that. But my excitement for GTA 6, I'm going to be honest, it's not that high. I mean, maybe it'll change when I see the game and when I see everybody else kind of jumping on it. But the reason why it's not high is because I'm just afraid Like, I actually did play GTA Online for a good while when it first came out, but that's what really bothered me is I just fell off it because I just stopped caring. I'm like, this kind of sucks, you know? Like, I'm bored. I want something new, you know? And this doesn't feel new. This just feels like another update for GTA Online where it's like, go buy another gun and go buy another outfit and go buy another car and the city stays the same and go do another mission. And I will admit, like, I think the one update that was really cool was the heist update they did. Like, that felt substantial and that was like a big one. But, you know, let's just not forget, guys, that Rockstar made it clear that they were going to make single player DLC for Grand Theft Auto 5. Okay. All right. Well, it wasn't the glasses. Good to know. Would have been pretty annoying if it was. You know what I got here, guys? You know, I'll show you in a second. Let me end this topic because I feel like I'm going so off the rails here. Look, let's not forget that Rockstar made it clear they were going to do. You're saying just permaban them. I am, dude. Like, there's a bunch of different bots coming, and I'll try to keep up with it as much as I can. They were going to make single player content, and then they were like, you know what? We're not. We're not making single player content because our online service game is too successful, and all of our effort is going into that. So, yeah. All right. So the final topic, let me see here. I don't remember what I said in the beginning. Yeah. So the final topic I want to talk about, KOTOR Remake. Sounds like it's an absolute shit show. Oh, you know what? Darkland, I apologize. I'm a little bit late. Darkland 22, I missed your super chat. You said, what if the female gamer wrote the GTA comment? Would it still matter? Do you think people assume it was a guy who wrote the remark? Of course. Yeah. No, of course. The assumption is it's a man and they're sexist. It would never possibly be a woman who would say something like that, you know? And that's where it's like, it's extremism, dude. People need to stop fucking giving attention to extremism. No one cares that GTA is going to have a female protagonist. Literally no one cares. People need to stop giving extremists oxygen and attention. That's what they thrive on, at least on the internet. So, but I was going to show you guys, how many of you guys like Tootsie Rolls? Now, I'm not a big fan of like regular Tootsie Rolls, but I found this in the store. It's the Tootsie Roll Fruit Chews. You guys like, have you guys ever had these? They're so good. Like, they're like one of my favorite things, and I like would never find them ever. And I just saw them in the store. And they, you know, for those who aren't aware, they're basically Tootsie Rolls. And yeah, they're like taffy. And they're just like flavored. They have, show you guys. So I love candy. They have orange, which orange is pretty good. Orange is pretty good. And blue is actually vanilla. So they have vanilla. But my favorite has to be cherry. So cherry Tootsie Rolls. There's also lime. And there's lemon. But they're so good. If you ever come across them, definitely give them a shot. Regular Tootsie Rolls are pretty good too, but you know, I just realized I think I made a mistake. These are really chewy. Probably shouldn't have eaten it right now. Yeah, dude, the cherry ones are the best. It's bad for your eyes, MVG. What? Steve-O Call says, what the fuck, bro? No sugar, no carbs. Gotta stay fit. I'm bulking. I'm bulking right now, bro. Is this a sponsor? It's not a fucking sponsor. That's just how much I like them, man. Yo, let's see. Who makes these? I guess that's the brand. Just Tootsie. Yeah, Tootsie Roll Industries. Sponsor me. Sponsor me, and I'll do this weekly. All right. So the final topic of the podcast, KOTOR Remake. KOTOR Remake. Sounds like it's an absolute train wreck over there. Another report from Jason Schreier. Vital Patel with the $20 donation. Thank you, buddy. You're saying, I randomly check in to see what MBG is up to on Sundays. Today, he's talking about candy and wearing glasses. Am I on the right channel? Things have changed, man. I'm like PlayStation. I'm changing. Trying new things out. Experimenting. Try a lemon one. Well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, it's a different channel. It's a different channel now. It's a candy eating, glasses wearing, GTA hating channel. But I apologize. I'm eating the second one now. And why did I do that? I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, protein shake and candy. How does MBG look without his hat? It's just a bald head, dude. I shaved my head. That's what's coming next. It's gonna happen. See, here's the thing. People think that I've never taken my hat off because I'm like self-conscious about it. That's actually not why. That's not why. It's because I know I can leverage it one day for something. For example, when I get to like 99,000 subs, I'll be like, yo, head reveal at 100 subs, 100K subs. And boom, just like that, I'll get that 1,000 subs instantly because people will want to see my bald head for some reason. But yeah, I shave my head. That's just how I roll. Still waiting on the foot. Yeah, the foot reveal. I told you, 1 million subs. Foot reveal. But yeah, sorry. Getting back on topic here. Are those candies the secret to getting that muscle mass, MVG? I don't necessarily know. Maybe like immediately after a workout, if you spike your sugars a little bit, that can be somewhat beneficial. But talking about MBG, you're gonna have a lot of people thinking about the wrong head, MBG. I mean, yeah, people are gonna be sorely disappointed if they're thinking of something else. Back on topic. Tootsie Roll fruit chews. Dude, I always tell you guys, by the time I get to like the 3.5 hour, the 3 hour, 45 minute mark, I'm just fried, man. But I will try my best to keep it together for the last topic. So essentially what you need to know about KOTOR Remake is, and to me, I feel like this is all we need to focus on. 2 main development heads of Aspyr, which is the studio working on KOTOR Remake, were fired immediately. Jesus, I shouldn't eat those Tootsie Rolls. Give me indigestion here. They were fired immediately after they showed off a vertical slice of the game to Sony and Disney executives. Now, that is not good, to say the least, but realistically, that sounds like a death rattle to me. Like, that's really bad. So all I can think to myself, and I just don't understand. According to Jason Schreier and who we talked to, according to him, developers were feeling pretty good about the demo and the vertical slice that they made. And that's what's really bizarre to me, because I'm like, how do you go from feeling good about what you did, like you're like, yeah, this is going to be pretty good, and you get fired and your game is delayed indefinitely and it's looking like it's going to be another 3 years in development. So the one thing that I read in the article that I also found interesting, or one aspect that I think might give us a better idea, is apparently the reason why these development heads were fired, and this could be why Sony and Disney were so unhappy with the vertical slice, is because apparently a bunch of time and money went into that vertical slice. And what it sounds like to me is that the game isn't actually a thing. The game has been in development, KOTOR Remake, for 3 years. And it almost sounds like the only thing they have to show for it is that small vertical slice. And it seems like maybe the people who were running development knew it was kind of a shit show. So they're like, if we put all of our time, effort, and money into creating the best possible vertical slice, maybe we can trick. Maybe not trick, but like, I don't know. If we show that to Sony and Disney, maybe they won't be so upset. But it's like, maybe they showed it to them and they're like, oh, that looks really great. Where's the rest of the game? How far are you in the game? Like, how much do you have done? And you're like, well, you see, that's the thing. Like, this is kind of all we have. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what happened. That almost sounds like exactly what happened. And it's like, okay, you could make a great vertical slice of what the game would be, but imagine it's like they developed that vertical slice for 3 years and it looks great. And then, you go to ask them, like, what about the rest of the game? And they're like, yeah, like, kind of doesn't exist yet. I mean, yeah, you're going to need a new development team at that point. And that's what's interesting is a lot of people were really concerned when they saw who was working on KOTOR Remake. But just the fact that it was getting a remake, people were super excited about it. But I didn't know who Aspire was. I kept calling him Asper for some reason. But you're saying, to be fair, vertical slices are 50% of development time. Making content afterwards is much easier with all of your systems in place. Yeah, that's true. And that's where I have to imagine that there must be something more going on. Like, when I say that there must literally be nothing, there must literally be nothing. Because for people to immediately get fired, or it could just be, thinking of Occam's razor here, it could just be it looked like shit. The developers thought maybe it looked good, but maybe whatever Sony and Disney were hoping for, they're just like, what is this garbage? And that's you have to imagine that has to be it to a degree, because it sounds really bad. Like, and I seriously wonder how involved Sony is with this, because people were telling me that Sony is pretty involved. I don't know if they were correct or not, but what I do know is after this was revealed during the PlayStation Showcase, Sony did a round of interviews with the development teams for specific games. And the only games that Sony did interviews for were for big exclusives. And they did an interview with for God of War, for Spider-Man, for Wolverine, or I don't know if they did it for Wolverine. I think they did it for both. But they also did it for KOTOR Remake, and it just sounds like things went really wrong, and it's unfortunate because I've seen a lot of people very disappointed about this, and it is disappointing. I can't say I'm that disappointed because I never played KOTOR, and I'm just not really. It's not that I wasn't excited for it. It's just that I don't know. I was just kind of like, okay, cool. Like this sounds like it's going to be pretty good, and I can't wait to see it. But that's just what happened. So That's it, guys. That's all I got for you. In case you can't tell, I am like fried at this point. I've been talking for 4 hours straight, and I have to stop now. I need to take a break. I need to stop talking. I need to rehydrate. I need to refuel. I need to eat some more Tootsie Rolls. But that's it. I really hope. That's what I'm saying. I really hope that the first week of August proves to be a little bit more eventful, a little bit more interesting. And by the time we come back with Press X Podcast next Sunday, episode 120, I hope we have a little bit more to talk about, because even though there were things to talk about this week, it's mostly uneventful. There's just not a whole lot going on. And I mean, dude, I cover PlayStation rumors and leaks and stuff, and there hasn't been much interesting leaks. Like I'm gonna be paying attention to see what this God of War leak is going to be, because I hope it's something stupid. Like I hope like tomorrow I don't wake up and it's like entire plot of God of War Ragnarok leaked. I'm gonna be like, fuck me, like I hope it's not that. But I hope it's something like interesting, like something that maybe is worth covering and isn't really a spoiler. Like here's how long the game is going to be, or like here's some of the, I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me what would you consider a tolerable God of War Ragnarok leak? Tell me that before I go. I'm curious, because to me, I don't know. I know what an intolerable one is. I don't want a bunch of unnecessary stuff spoiled. Saying gameplay. I told you guys. You know what? I got to say this last thing before I go. Do you guys remember a couple weeks back I said I got an email from somebody who gave me like all the details about God of War Ragnarok? Like really, really important, like interesting story details. And I told you guys I wasn't going to tell you what's in it, just by the off chance. I didn't believe it for a second. Like I didn't believe this was true, because why the hell would you email me this? I'm going to be really interested to find out. If the story leaks, I'm not going to look at the leaks, but it'll be a hell of a thing if when God of War Ragnarok comes out, I play the game and then I go back to that email after just sitting on it for months and months and months. And it's like, it was legitimate. That'd be the craziest shit ever. Magnet Visuals, you're saying, I wonder with what content Rockstar will replace prostitutes with. Yeah, dude, there you go. Like, that's another thing. I guess that's just not something that's going to be in part of GTA 6. And come on, I'm not going to... That's where it's like, I'm not going to sit here and make it sound like I can't enjoy GTA unless there are prostitutes. I'm not going to say that. But I'm just going to say that is part of what GTA is. And it would be weird if they purposely were like, you can't do that anymore. But my son sounds like he's getting a little bit irritable out there waiting for me. So I'm gonna hop off now, guys. That does it. That's episode 119. I appreciate all the support. Thank you to all of my channel members. Thank you to everybody who donated a super chat, to everybody who, just supports the channel. I really couldn't do what I do here without you. I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my Sunday. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday. The shit is hitting the fan out there, so I got to go, guys. I'll catch you all later. Take care. Shout out to Devil Shooter for the timestamps. Appreciate it, man. Take care, guys.